I'm with someone else. You lie in our bed, but in your head you were running sin now. You're doing the bed. I'll find a way to fly, find a way to hide. One time, 69, just a flash of time. I'm tired of your lies, tired of your lies, of your cocksucking smile when you say I'm sorry. Oh, and you know you'll never be the meanest way again. Now we've gone to the point of no return. And you know things will never be the same again. Push me to the point of no return. And you know things will never be the same again. Push me to the point of no return.
Maadjong buntag mga kaisla, or good morning. I am Junjong Wano and I will be your co-host for this morning's activity of VIVA ExCon 2020. Right after the VIVA ExCon in campus, 2 years has gone and Boholano artists and other groups have gathered to give you what we have achieved and accomplished in spite of the pandemic and the ongoing crisis that you have experienced lately. You will be able to hear more about that during our Bohol Island report, which will be presented by yours truly. Right now, we ask our Boholano artists of what they are doing right now and how they are coping up with the pandemic. The word "Kumusta ka" is very hard to answer as of the moment. With the ongoing devastation of Typhoon Rolly and Ulysses in our friends and relatives in Luzon, and still the ongoing pandemic of COVID-19, it's a question that bears a heavy weight when one is being asked. So, probably we also want to know what's happening and kumusta na ang atong mga igsuong Bolano. So here, we will pass the question, kumusta ka, to our Boholano artists.
Hello, I'm Jeffrey Chikahan, artist from Bohol and island coordinator. I'm into painting, mixed media, and printmaking. During the lockdown, I just continue doing art and join online shows and fundraising, and converted our old house into an art space to display my artworks. Even during this pandemic, we will just hope and continue doing art. Thank you.
May buntag sa tanan. I'm Joseph Inking, a visual artist, illustrator, and graphic designer based in Bohol. Recently, okay ra ang mga panghitabo, although magamping gyapon tungod sa pandemic. um, was privileged enough to do
Morning.
a special project sa VIVA, itong street art about awareness pod sa mga panghitabo karon and friendly reminder. So daily kuan routine, still making more art, personal art, and na mga commissions ginagmay, and for our upcoming online group shows. So I hope okay ra sad mo diha, keep safe, and dasun.
Hey, sorry for the background noise, but hi, I'm Daiza. Um, my name is Daiza Sako. I go by the name Daiza. So I'm an artist here in Bohol. I'm 23, just graduated architecture, and I like to think of myself as a pop surrealist artist, but I'm still not sure since I'm still very new to the industry. If I can call it that. I'm still very new. I started back in 2016 together with my sisters Dea and Debbie. They're both artists as well, and they're also really good in what they do, and I'm very proud of them. Um, I'm into mural and textile art, but at the moment, I'm still figuring out how to go about textile art. So I'm still at the moment trying out other mediums as well, figuring out just my direction in textile art. Really want to go into it, go deeper into it. So yeah, I just graduated architecture this year. Congrats to me. Well, so I'm so yeah. As you can see, I really like the color pink. So I don't know why, it's a very strong and feminine color, and it just really reflects who I am as a person and as an artist. Not particularly on the very feminine part of it, but just how strong the color is. So, kamusta ko? Kamusta ko? Kamusta ko? So right now I'm doing well. I'm doing good as an artist. For the first part of this year, I wasn't able to do much art. The first half was very stagnant for me as an artist. I wasn't able to create much. I was kind of down in the dumps kind of way. But for the other half, thankfully, for the other latter end of the year, I was able to go back into it, go back into art, just push myself to try and do art every day. And so far I've been doing pretty well. I'd like to think that I'm doing well with my art. Right now I have a couple of mural projects going on, and hopefully that continues. And right now I'm actually working on some projects for the city. And with that, I'm actually there's a few surprises for this year and for next year for the city of Bohol that I'm working with the province of Bohol right now. I'm collaborating with them with projects that would hopefully inspire young artists like me and would be more inclusive and just be a fun and interesting way so that young artists like me can be recognized more, I think. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And I'd like to say thank you to Viva, Sir Charlie Cole. Thank you so much for picking me. I'm really excited for for the piece to arrive. I'm very, as you can see, I was very awkward in the meeting, but aside from that, I'm very thankful and very happy. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hi to everyone. I am Pedro Angco Jr. from Barangay Laya, Baclayon, Bohol. I am a visual artist, brickwood sculptor, mixed media, and mosaic artist. During this time of pandemic, I am more focused on experimenting and discovering new styles and techniques using residual waste as a medium. To those who buy my all artworks and donors, thank you very much. Most especially to our Lord Jesus Christ. Keep safe to everyone.
Hi, I am Nam Intal from Bohol. I am a visual artist, a photographer, and a teacher. I am a Boholana Kapampangan. Yeah, so my expertise or my mediums that I mostly use are acrylics on canvas. I also do recognized by my painting on bags, my painting on barongs and gowns, which I mostly use for my paintings. So, and I also do paintings on raffia made, bags that made of raffia. I also put my painting there. And raffia that locally made by Bohol, by Boholanos. So, kamusta? How was it, guys? So, as we all know, we've experiencing the pandemic right now, di ba? We have here pala my painting which I titled The Woman That I Become. As humans, we've been experiencing a lot of struggles, a lot of calamities, a lot of things that challenge us, not only as an artist. So, doon mas challenge tayo, mas sinusubukan tayo kung gaano tayo katatag. So, for the past few months, yun na nga, medyo naka-experience ako, di ba? Medyo siguro most of us nakaka-experience ng unstable of our mental health. Minsan na-frustrate tayo, minsan na-discourage tayo, or most of the time, parang nag-doubt na tayo sa sarili natin. So, this painting came out with that experience that I've been through this year. Naging motivation ko to create this piece. It talks about the woman itself. It talks about how brave she is, how fearless she is to encounter those unexpected things that happened for this year. So it's so shocking, diba, na everything just happened. And sometimes we cannot stop it, manggod. We cannot stop it and we cannot prevent it. So that's why we should have the brave heart, the brave soul, and the brave mind as always. And we should not stop from growing. We should not stop from learning. We should not stop from being a better, not only an artist, but also a better person.
Hi everyone, I'm Gabby Nazareno. I'm a full-time artist and graduate of the College of Fine Arts in UP Diliman. I decided to move back home to Bohol recently due to COVID. My first solo show at the NCCA Gallery earlier this year was cut short due to the pandemic. So upon the request of family, I decided to remount it here at Malinaw East, Lila. It'll be up for viewing till the 30th of November, and it's a private home art exhibit. Right now, I'm just settling in my new studio, and I'm in between places, but overall, just fine. My family is fine, so I'm very thankful for that. I'm really looking forward to meeting you all someday. I pray that you will all stay safe and healthy.
Daghan jung salamat sa inyong mga nagkanayon-lain ug nagkaiyang mga tubag sa ato ang pangutana nga kumusta ka, mga kauban nga artist sa Bohol. Siguro, despite the pandemic, despite the situation that we are currently facing right now, it is safe to say that art still continues to prosper. Even though physical presence in doing exhibitions in gallery is limited or restricted, still, we find ways to showcase our artworks. There are some who might be limited in terms of materials, but like one of our Boholano artists, si Kuya Pedro, he was able to use and produce artworks out of discarded sleepers as what we have showcased in our collaborative artwork. So it's not even a limitation when it comes to producing art pieces. I think with all of this, we have to be thankful that we are all safe, healthy, and still alive. Despite that, art still continues. Padayon, mga igsuon.
Hey! Ang mga uwak gahulat sang akon kamatayon tion na nga bag-uhon ang banas sang panglakaton numanang madangtan sa pinili kong dalan kabay nga hindi pa ulihi ang tanan di nang mga sinya sa cross nga alagyan ang talagog talang-talang nagtalang-talang gatalang-talang dapa-dapanaga padayon sa panglakaton buy ining mga bugat nga dalalon sa imo paminsaron kag balat tiyagon buy ining mga bugat nga dalalon nga dalalon nga dalalon dali na kay maimo ta sang bag-o nga kalibutan ako namigo gugma ang hari sa duta ray ng kalibayan ako nga abiyan magiliuso sa kausa sang kahilwayan peace be with you man right. Come on. All right. Yeah, pa 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 pa. Yeah. All right. Feeling the blue. Yeah. Mga abyan ko sa ining tinion ipabutyag sa katawhan ang imong nga nabalan ang kaalam ngaging bungkal sa kadutaan ipalapnag mo sa hangin ang unod sining sugilanon para mga tubang hangkat sang henerasyon tanga mga katawhan nagtuhaw sa kadutaan ibalik ta ang balanse sang kalibutan. Mahimo ta sang bag-o nga alagyan. Padulong sa promisa nga katutaan. Ako lamigo, tugma ang hari sa tuta, ray ng kalipayan. Ako nga abiyon, magliusa sa kausa sang kahilwayan. Ang paghidait yara sa imo, kag yara man sa amon. Ah, 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 ah. Ah, 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 ah. Eh, ah, 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 ah. Oh, yeah. Oh, oh. Ah, 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 ah. Ah, 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 One more time. All right. One more time, man. Oh, go.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Jeffrey.
Good morning to everyone. This is Jeffrey from Bohol. We welcome you to day 2 for Kamustahan. Come on. Yeah,
Ayaw mo ta, Jeffrey.
yes.
Podcast ka na, Jeffrey.
I'm okay. Still testing. Then you know. So for the
Morning.
Sorry for the technical problem. Then we'll just go on to the island report.
Okay lang yan, Jeff. Hi lang to everybody. Kumusta ang weather dyan?
Ay, to sa Bohol, wala kaming bagyo, pero yung signal namin dito, medyo mahina yung internet. Sa yan, kumusta kayo?
So far, okay dito. Walang rain.
Sa Cebu, kumusta?
Mga taga Cebu daw, kumusta kayo dyan?
sa Panay, Musta.
Mga taga-Panay, sumagot naman kayo. Wake up. Hello, Eileen.
Ang daw sa amin.
So,
Hi, good morning from Dumaguete City.
okay. Latest summer, Musta. Ibang tanawon sa latest summer.
Nine o'clock to June, no?
Yeah.
I think 9 o'clock.
Yes.
4 minutes.
Yep.
So, tayo dito, hindi masyado sa Visayas, pero sa Luzon.
Choppy.
Yeah, sorry for
Choppy.
the audio because of slow internet.
Jeffrey,
Yes,
you need
yes.
to check
Hindi yung,
ang mic siguro.
yeah.
There's a problem with the mic, I think.
Maybe you should just remove the headphones and use your gadget mic. Better?
Okay.
Anyway, we will
Yeah.
start by 9 a.m. So, pang-hi lang muna. We're waiting for everybody to come in. So far, there are 65 people in the virtual room. It looks like we're really afternoon people, right? This is the fault of Manny. He wants us to wake up early.
Grabe, ako naman ba?
Oo, ikaw bityaga po na.
I would like to say hi to my brother, Junjun. I would like to thank for my hair. We've been doing haircuts since ECQ. Maybe after this VIVA ExCon, I'll be a professional barber.
Nice.
Hi, Rap Drilon from Iloilo. Hi, Sheila. Good morning.
Wave lang si Sheila, oh.
Yesterday, I saw a documentary from NCCA, and one artist was also featured, Olive Gloria. It was a good picture, no, from the National Commission for Culture and the Arts. Her works were focused on the fabric, no, fabric. And two of our works are exhibited now in Orange Project. Really nice works.
Congrats, Olive.
Thank you.
We would like also to welcome Tatsu-san from Japan. Nice to see you with long hair again.
Yeah. Hello.
Tatsu-san, thank you for attending with such short notice.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
Konnichiwa.
Ohayo.
Ohayo.
Hello.
Good morning, everyone.
We would like also to welcome Susan Canoy from Dumaguete, from Negros Oriental. Hello, Susan. Nice to see you. And our friend artists, our comrades in Antique.
And also our colleagues in Bacolod, Migumi, thank you for attending this session. Again, we would like to welcome Daizo, who just won our Wear Your Artwork last November 8th. She won the Wear Your Artwork contest. No? Daiso, congratulations. I saw the artwork already, and I told Charlie that sayang hindi kami nag-join. We could have joined, no? But it's a good artwork. I think it's being packed now, and it will be sent to you as soon as possible.
Yay.
Thank you for joining.
Message from Daisu. Thank you so much. Looking forward for the piece. Hello there, Marika. Good morning.
We would like also to welcome back representatives from the Panublion Museum. Hello, Cheche and colleagues. We would like to welcome also our friends from Bantayan, headed by Jake Atienza. Haru. Hello.
Musta ka mo? Kami lang duha dere for now. Hoping more people will join.
Mga nocturnal.
Mga nocturnal, mga artists, and then the others, a lot of students have class throughout the day. So let's see. I'm chatting everybody to join.
Thank you, Jake.
We would like also to welcome Dr. Laya Bukeren.
Good morning.
Hello, Laya.
Please call me Laya. Good. Congratulations to VIVA ExCon.
Thank you.
I think we are all set. I think we're ready to start.
O labing makagagahom nga amay namon sa langit, mahinuklugon nga laon nga tagtugas ang langit, hangin, kalayo, tubig kag duta. Tanda ining imong timawa, kabay ining pag-ampo, magadulot sa amon sang kabuhi nga himaya. Salamat sa mga bugay nga imo ginpaambit sa amon. Salamat sa kabuhi nga ginadulot mo sa amon nga himpit. Salamat sa maayo nga panahon kag ilabi na gid sang imo katutom sa amon. Bendisyone ang imo katawhan. Bendisyone ang ila mga palangabuhian. Bendisyone ang mga panggas sa amon mga talamnan. Bendisyone ang ilang nga paglugayawan sa iban nga kapungsuran. Kabay makalabot sila nga walay sablag sa ila pagapadulungan. Kag ilabi na gid, bendisyone ining isla sang Negros nga amon natawhan. Inahalad namon ang ining pag-ampo para sa imo kadayawan.
Good morning, Visayan artists and friends of the arts. Welcome to day 2 of VCon 1. Again, my name is Jade Snow, your convener. For a short recap, we opened last Sunday with a virtual tour of the artist communities in the Visayan Islands. And we started the conference last Wednesday with island reports from Panay, the curatorial input of Patrick Flores and his curatorial team for VIVA ExCon 16 curated exhibition Kalibutan, and finally, the Futures focus on family. And we were happy that that seemed to have worked, and we seem to like the participative nature of it. We are so happy to have you with us for our Futures focus on business. And seated with me now are ExCon Director Manny Montelibano and Futures Moderator Roderick Samonte. Man, would you give us an input on the VIVA preparation amidst the pandemic? And can you talk further about what is in store for us with VCon 2?
It's been a challenging series of months since March, Jade.
Yes.
And the recalibration of VIVA ExCon is quite challenging. Me and Charlie and the core team plus the secretariat and our supporters have to recalibrate not only the programs but also focus ourselves on what really are our intentions. Why do we need to proceed with this Viva ExCon? And I think in these times, we decided that it is quite important, very important, with the theme, the zone, and looking towards the future. And I think what's important is giving an inspiration to our brothers and sisters, artists that are in the Visayas, but also around the world. Looking something to look forward to, something to think about, not only what's happening in the present. Of course, we know what are the what's the crisis, no? But I think what will move us forward is actually looking towards the future. And the virtual conferences from VCon 1 to VCon 2 is an answer, to this crisis, a bridge that can actually bring us towards the future. Another challenge, actually, Jade and Roderick, would be also for our resources. Raising funds in these times is also very, very challenging because most of us are more focused on basic needs, no? And our health and our survival. But I think part of our survival is not only through our basic needs. And one of our basic needs is enriching our soul. And to enrich our soul is to enrich also the artists and how they can actually reflect our society and see ourselves. And what's in store for the series of talks and discussions in Beacon 1 is really for us to look into the future as artists, as cultural workers, as individuals, as citizens of this country and the whole world. For Beacon 2, starting December, we have monthly talks to include international and national and island-based resource persons per session. And it is open to island participation. And it will be webcasted through YouTube Live. And starting December, we will have featured artists in their perspectives and in this pandemic, especially in this pandemic. We will feature the curators of Kalibutan, the World in Mind exhibition. What happens into, with, through the world. And also we have, for January, online therapy. We have another set of curators note for Kalibutan. Now, Kalibutan, the World in Mind, will unfold to us, going towards July 2021 for the physical exhibition, if all things considered that we can have normal activities. And then we have art initiatives. We will feature art initiatives in challenging times, especially these times. We will celebrate National Arts Month by also featuring the art market and prospects for Visayan artists, biennials in the new normal age, islands. We will also feature islands, no? What are their activities, and then we have residencies after the pandemic. This will be residencies, art residencies will be, I think, redefined also. And I think part of the discussions of VIVA ExCon is to look into this matter. we also will be featuring the art market and in post-COVID, considering that there will be a vaccine already.
We're hoping.
Let's pray that there will be a vaccine. And then we will have also online workshops and then focusing on alternative mediums because I observed that most of us are also relying on art materials that are being shipped, no, that are being produced not in our localities, but as artists, we become creative and we have initiatives to use alternative mediums. And then we will feature also lockdown art, navigating digital exhibitions, and of course, museum management and projections after the pandemic. But while we are through, this will go on towards June 2021, and it will be a long program, and we might have additional topics, no, as we go along, depending on the need, no. So, but every month we will feature the islands. What's different with maybe what we want to feature specifically in this VIVA ExCon, this edition, is we are giving a lot of emphasis on the participation and inclusivity of the different islands. Last week we have already met that we want to include additional representation from Samar and Ormoc. So our network will be expanding throughout our activities, and then hopefully we will converge, no? And we will have a finale on July 2021.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Manny.
You're welcome.
Well, you know, the Viva ExCon 16 team has been working for almost 2 years in order to bring this to you. And this is already the fruition of the things that we have prepared for. But now, you know, let us greet us in a special way, the fairy godmother of Viva ExCon, Dr. Cecil Nava.
Yay!
Yay! Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Doc Nava.
Yes. She has always been there for Viva ExCon. And now, it's time for the Island Reports. Let us welcome the group of Jeffrey Sisikan for our Bohol Island update.
Mayong buntag, kaninyong tanan. Good morning to everyone. I am Jum. I will be giving the island report for Bohol. So basically in this report, we will cover the goals that we have targeted for the span of 2 years. And then what were the achievements that we have conducted from late 2018 to 2020? What were the challenges that we were able to face? And at the same time, how we were able to overcome them? And lastly, probably some suggestions that we might need to tackle up within the province of Bohol. Next slide, please. Bohol, as we all know, is geographically known for its tourism destinations such as the white sand beaches of Panglao and Anda and the geographical formation of Chocolate Hills and the long stretch of mountains in Alicia. But aside from that, there are world-class talents uh, that being produced as Boholanos. So we have national artists, one in the field of sculpture, and then in the person of Sir Napoleon Abueva, and hopefully we aim to have more. That's why we want to cultivate the environment and the culture and heritage of Boholanos to be more art inclined and aware also in art. Next slide, please. So after the Viva ExCon in Capiz, Boholano artists were participating during that time, and other Boholano artists, a group of Boholano artists, tried to to gather and discuss what will be our goal for the next 2 years, at least to have or to see some changes and improvement when it comes to art scene and art community in the province. So one, we have identified that we need to increase the number of active Boholano artists and to make it more visible within the province and all over the country. Second, we need to forge and strengthen the ties between Boholano artists, business sectors, and government because this has been a reoccurring problem all the while. And then number three, increase the number of Boholano artists who is active in art production and exhibition, especially for the younger generations. Number four, encourage more appreciation for the contemporary arts and present it as an alternative form from the usual landscape, seascape, portraiture kind of art approach. So contemporary art has not been widely seen or accepted in the community. And then lastly is the collaboration between other present and active art disciplines in the province because we all know it's not just painting and sculptures or art making. We also have literary arts, we also have theater, we also have culinary arts and musics which are also active and we want to have a synergy between these kind of art disciplines. Next slide, please. Okay, this one we have the achievements that we have gathered from 2018 to 2022. But basically, these are the achievements that the reporter has been collated. It does not include other achievements, other activities that has been present that we were not able to gather. Next slide. First is exhibitions. So basically, these achievements were categorized into 5 categories. So one is exhibitions. So we conducted various kinds of exhibitions. It's group exhibitions, solo exhibitions, or 4-man or 2-man or any kind of exhibitions. But the notable thing here is we were able to exhibit. We made a proposal to exhibit in the National Culture Commission Arts Gallery, in CCA Gallery in Intramuros. And we were able to do a group exhibition last November 2019 with 19 artworks and 17 artists. And then this year, just this March, we have a solo exhibition by a Boholana, a rising Boholana artist in the person of Gabi Nazareno. She was able to have a solo exhibition at the NCCA Gallery. Next slide. So these exhibitions, as you can see, were all almost conducted in different places, like in hotels, in malls, in art fairs. Because as we have discussed on the previous VIVA ExCon in Capiz, it's really a problem with the Boholano community, the presence of a four wall or four wall cube gallery. So we need to be more creative in finding ways how we can exhibit. But it does not limit us because we even try to do exhibitions outside of the province as one of our goals. So we did one or two or three or more in different galleries in Manila through the effort of Mr. Sam Pinaso. At the same time, we also try to participate art fairs. As you can see in the next slide, art fairs in Cebu, which is the neighboring province. So we have the Tubo Art Fair, then we have the Cebu International Art Fair, which was just last year. And then we also try to tap cafes and other and universities also and other business spaces that we think we can do exhibitions, including including the lobby of our Capitol building. Next slide. Next slide, please. So with that goal, with the exhibitions, it gives us hope that the visibility that we are targeting is being achieved. Because aside from doing exhibitions, physical exhibitions, we also try to announce it. We have a counterpart in the social media platforms. So we have our Facebook, Bohol Pop Contemporary Visual Arts Group, and we have the Baji Art Collective, where we try to post our activities every now and then. And then next slide. Aside from exhibitions, we also have the ongoing exhibitions from the universities because Bohol has two universities that offer arts and design curriculum. So the longest running university that offers this one is the University of Bohol, and they have an annual exhibition with is called Pinuga sa Huna-Huna, and it's already in the 21st run, 21st run. And then we have the Bohol Island State University, which offers the industrial design curriculum, and they also have their annual. And then later of this year, because of the pandemic, we also tried to venture going into online exhibitions. So we already mounted at least 5 exhibitions online. We have the Piste, we have the Insane, 1 and 2. The thing about the Insane exhibition is it's in collaboration with advocacy group, the Project Bohol Mental Health Awareness, which on the first month of the online exhibit is we try to raise awareness of how the artists are struggling with the pandemic. And then with the second line, the Insane 2 is it's more on celebrating the Mental Health Awareness Month, which was in October. And then because we cannot do our annual Sandugo Festival exhibition, we did the Kaagi, which is another online exhibition, looking back into what was Bohol and trying to welcome also the other, the not so contemporary art styles like those who are doing landscapes and seascapes. And then we have this October, another form is the Plantover, which we tried to deviate from the usual Inktober and did something different. Next slide. Aside from exhibitions, we also do bazaars because we all know in exhibitions, it's not sure that you can sell your artwork. So in here, we try to market our art pieces into merchandise that can be sold to the public. So it hits the goal that we raise awareness of the public when it comes to contemporary art. At the same time, we were trying to use different art mediums. So we do stickers, we do postcards, we even try zines, tote bags as well. And with the bazaar, we tend to go in to the business side of art. No, like we collaborate with business sectors like malls and create events for them where we sell artworks. At the same time, we do our pop-up exhibitions, or we go to a cafe and then they have their artisan day where they invite local artisans, and then we join also and then sell our merchandise. And aside from that, we earn from this. Bisa ginagmay, even though it's little, but we have a few earnings with this merchandise. The good thing here is we're not only participating locally, but we're also trying to go outside Bohol. We try to join the Art Mart in BGC. At the same time, the art fairs that are available in Cebu, like the Lit Fest and other art fairs that are being presented to us. So it's a two-way. We also invite ourselves. At the same time, we try to create and make our own bazaars. Next slide. We also do public demos and talks with our exhibits. So it's not just like mounting our exhibit there and then nothing is happening. So in the stretch of the exhibition days, we try to insert art demos and talks. No, like we invite the artist, exhibiting artists, and discuss and tell us his or her experiences or his art process. Uh, in this way, we will be able also to educate the public, at the same time increase more of the awareness and interest of the public when it comes to contemporary art. So we also go to high schools and other universities and offer our service of giving lectures and art talks to the classroom or to a certain group of organizations, just to to raise awareness at the same time, uh, encourage more youngsters to take part in the art community. We even had a demo with our person with disability, mouth painter in person of Julius Tonko. He did an art demo inside the mall atrium. Next slide. Um, with the bazaar, we also tend to give back to the community because the few earnings that we had with the bazaar, we try to chip in a little amount and do some outreach programs. So among this is we do uh, coastal cleanup, and then some of the amount that we gathered, we buy them for mangrove seedlings and we plant them in our shores. And then during the pandemic, we also did an art inspiration for our frontliners. Like we make art, poems, and letters, and then we give them to our frontliners just to make their hopes high and to be able to still continue serve us and protect us. And at the same time, we do community mural paintings on available walls in the city as well. So it's in this activity we try to give back. It's not just like we're only getting their money, but we're also giving back to the community by doing outreach and doing efforts with regards to the COVID-19. Next slide. The last one is, I think, in terms of achievement is church painting and restoration. This is a bit unique to Bohol because um, there are many old churches in Bohol, and most of these churches were affected by the 7.2 earthquakes last 2013. So with that, the National Museum Bohol branch and then the NHCP started to rehabilitate and restore this old church ceiling artworks and anything that can be restored. No, um, the good thing here is they tap our local architects, our local artists, and our Boholano artisans, because who knows better the local artistry than the locals, di ba? Okay, so hi Manggod, sometimes what they do is they hire people outside the province, and that is the one they try to ask to do the work. But the thing is, it does not um, communicate or reflect to the local. Okay, sometimes it becomes a mediocre or it doesn't even close to the real actual artwork. So with this, we are proud to say that we have a qualified artist in the person of Jackie Corambao, who has been doing art restorations already at the San Agustin Church in the Intramuros. So she was stopped by our National Museum and NHCP. They tried to establish the Escuela Atelier Bohol, and they try to train and teach other young artists and artisans also, so that the process of church painting, culture and heritage restoration, the knowledge can be passed on to the locals as well. Next slide. So I'll just name a few prominent personalities that I was able to gather. These are personalities that are popularly known internationally or nationally in terms of art. Next slide. So we have at least in the list we have 13, but I would like to add number and the 14th is Sir Pedro Angco. No, he's been mixed media, and recently he's been doing visibility online through different news channels, because of his use of the residual waste, no, the slippers, the shoes, as a medium for his artwork. So among the other personalities that personally the reporter has collated, like our Professor Leo Abaya, we have Sam Pinaso, Enrique Inglet, we have Giovanni Abing, who has been recently the winner of the Don Paparam Art Competition 2019. We have Jeffrey Sisikan, we have Gabi Nazareno, Lucel Larawan, we have Joseph Inking, Jackie Carambao, Vincent Omar Dagdayan, Julius Tungko, and Sherwin Tutor, who is more of depicting accurate sceneries of Bohol historical events. So these are just a few of the personalities and artists that are rising or probably known already in terms of art. Next slide. Um, these are the challenges that we have identified when we were trying to meet our goal. Number one is there is a limited opportunities in terms of financial support and assistance to some of the local LGU in terms of art initiative, especially that the assigned look. We all know that the DILG has mandated that every municipality should create a local arts council. The problem is the LGU, because of cost budget or cost cutting, the local art council officer is also the tourism officer. So there is a problem there because the tourism who are really capable in terms of art, no? So naagi siya disconnect because they will tend to promote more on tourism instead of having art focus for the council. And then there is a limited or no government-owned spaces and galleries for exhibition in our areas. No, so Bohol still lacks that, but hopefully there are proposals being made. Hopefully, fundings will be available, and then the two complicated bureaucratic processes when it comes to asking for support, maybe it be financial or other aspect to the government. So medyo there still needs to be some to be done in that area. Number two is opportunities for local artists to go full time is less because um, limited there is a limited or scarcity of quality materials in the province, and it's due to the fact that the business sector are not really investing much in terms of art and art production or art buying. And then um, there is a less support with the private and business sector, as I said already, and the LGU has the lack of capacity to promote or market the local art and artists. So kato nga mo ang mga bazaar, our bazaars that were artist-initiated activities. These are not even activities initiated by the LGU or the government. And if there are establishment who tries to initiate bazaars where we can come in, there this is like less only. And then private and business sector has low appreciation for art and its value. Sometimes they see it as a cheap commodity, like for the hotels, they prefer to buy reproductions from Chinese store instead of promoting local artists. Or some of the big hotels try to to contact other artists from other province and not giving importance or any leeway of support to local artists. So there is a still challenge in that part, and they often also refuse to promote Boholano artists. So that's one challenge that we are trying to address so far. Number four is not enough replication of the special program for the arts to the municipal public schools. So we have this special program for the arts for high schools. Um, it's only available, as far as I know, it's only available in one high school in the province. So hopefully it could be replicated. I know it's a national issue. It should be addressed by DepEd, but locally there should be something. The LGU should also do a counterpart in promoting special program for the arts in the in the high school. And then the lack of publicly funded art institutions and qualified art teachers. And then lastly is the recent threat of COVID-19 pandemic that limits the public gatherings and exhibition for art promotion and ways ways artists can adapt to the new normal. Next slide. So these are some of the proposed actions that we need to go beyond 2020. So number one is we need to continuously lobby for policies in the LGU to support and promote local arts. And at the same time, we need to identify champions within the LGU who will bring the cause of the artist. So what we do is slowly during our exhibition openings when it was still allowed, we try to invite the governor or the public administrator or the mayor or any board member or councilors so that they will also be able to feel they are part of the community and we need them in our community, and they will also help us lobby policies for the arts. And then number two is strengthen the art programs of the LGU, especially those with ties to business sectors, and to encourage more collaboration and support. So this one, um, there's much more work need to be done in this part. And then number three is qualified and art-focused members of local art councils, or at least the LGU can equip them with the knowledge about arts. Um, this has been done with the effort of Sir Gardner Abad to Kasing Sining Foundation by doing the um, cultural mapping already, where the participants are the tourism officers. But I think there is more need to be done when it comes to that kind of um, program or activities. Um, Proposed art institution and spaces to be developed, fundings from investors and LGUs are needed to be secured. So hopefully, there are at least 3 proposed spaces. Hopefully, it will push through beyond 2020. It's a big project. These are big projects, and the fundings are need to be secured. Proposed art partnership with public and private schools for art groups to conduct seminars and educational trainings for students and faculty. And then rethinking of art activities, sell and promotion that will fit to the new normal with the threat of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is still around. So this one, we're all struggling in terms of uh, going online and digital. So hopefully we can cope up and manage with this, because I think it is part of the new normal, going online and going digital. Um, Slowly, we're trying to initiate like uh, this coming November 21, we started to do our own webinar for the local Bolan artists. We invited Giovanni Abing and Irish Galon to share the experience with regards to galleries and how they shift from exhibiting from galleries to online. So if you're available, you can also join us. Um, and there are other ways that we try to, or we tend to do in terms of going digital, just to counter the effect of we were not able to do physical exhibitions. I think that is my last slide. So I hope you got something from our report, and hopefully we would like to invite you to like our page, Bohol Pa Contemporary Visual Arts. We're available on Facebook page and IG, and also Baji Arts Collective. So again, daghang salamat and mayong buntag na tong tanan.
Madamo nga salamat, Jom, and it is very nice to hear that Bohol is actually adapting quite well to the new normal, regardless of all of the challenges that has been said. Art is alive and well in Bohol. Yay! Thank you, Jom, and the group of Bohol. It is now time to yield the virtual floor to our futures expert, the External Relations Director of Carlos Hilado Memorial State College, and a lifetime learner and practitioner of future studies thinking, Roderick Samonte.
Thank you very much, Jade. Good morning, everyone. Maayong aga sa inyong tanan, maayong buntag, bayad nga aga, maupay nga aga, magandang umaga. Welcome to day 2 of our virtual conference. But before we go on, we would like to express in solidarity our thoughts and prayers to our brothers and sisters in Luzon and elsewhere who've been hit hard by Typhoon Ulysses. You know, I am reminded of the saying, history repeats itself. 2009, we were hit by Undoy, same place, Marikina. Now we have Typhoon Ulysses. So what's my point? If history repeats itself, probably the future also could repeat itself. Why? Because nothing much has really changed. And that's really our challenge today. We are stuck with a system that still wants to exploit nature because of economics, business, and what a timely theme today, we talk about business and the arts. So let me bring you back first to the main objectives of this virtual conference, and that is to design a preferred future designed by the artist community, from the artist perspective. That's why futures thinking. And why futures thinking? Because basically, we are what? No, we are a people. I am in front of artists who are by nature wired to think, wired to imagine. No? And so, for those who missed the session, the first session, let me just do a quick recap of what futures thinking is all about. Why care about the future, and how do we use futures thinking not only in today's conference but in our day-to-day lives. So first. Could you please post the slides? So we have there the challenge that I posed at the end of my presentation. But before I tackle them, so again, you might wonder why futures, it's plural, because there are so many possibilities, there are so many futures. In fact, we are reminded of the 4 Ps, the possible future, the plausible future, the probable future, and the preferred future. And what I'd like us to end up with in this conference is to chart and design a preferred future. And we can only do that if we create our own metaphor, our own imagery of the future. But of course, prior to creating that metaphor or that image of the future, we need to break away from old myths. We need to adopt new myths that are so powerful that can really reflect what we value, what we desire as humanity. So break away from old myth. That's why for those who recall, we started with an exercise on connecting the 9 dots. And it was possible by doing it with 4 lines, 3 lines, and even 1 line. And to your surprise, you were able to do it because you really had to break away from an old habit of thinking. The second is, aside from creating metaphors, again, metaphors are not just there as phrases or statements, but they are supposed to be used as a power. No? And number 2, once we've created our metaphor, we need to figure out our own narrative of the future. This is where the details come in already. In that metaphor, what are the underlying beliefs, assumptions, and value system? Are you still again stuck to that old system? That's why, again, this is something that we have to confront. No? As a saying again, there's a calm before the storm. And after the storm, there's still also a calm. And I hope that in the calmness of the storm, our society, and we are all here, all of us who are gathered here right now, should start rethinking, in that calmness, rethinking how to rebuild better and get rid of that business as usual mentality in such a way that the kind of future we create is simply more of the same today. It has got to be different. And for it to be different, number 3 challenge is we need to find a way to measure that future also differently. What are our metrics? What is it that what is it that we use as measures to indicate that indeed this is our desired future? So we look into systems, and in looking at systems, number 4, we ensure systemic enablers. What are those structures in society, in our communities around us, that will enable us to really achieve that future? What are the steps That's why I think I am reminded when we were brainstorming on the process of this conference, one of the core members pointed out that what's the point of thinking about the futures if we don't do something concrete today? We need to do some kind of an action at the end. Action that is going to be different, action that will not be more of the same. So ensure systemic enablers, and not only systemic enablers, but a culture that will support and sustain that transformation towards a better future, towards our journey to that future. And this is one. VIVA ExCon, the community of artists, is one systemic enabler. It's one kind of a culture. But we don't have to confine it within ourselves, within our system, because we exist in a system which is society as a whole. So we need to expand, we need to reach out, and we need to articulate that kind of future that we will chart, that we will imagine, that we will concretize within the next 3 to 4 days. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare it today. So those are the very important points that we've covered during the day one. That's why it's very important to go back to it and to make that mindset. And again, I am very comfortable dealing with it in the group because I know that as artists, everyone here is gifted with that sense of creative imagination, of looking into the future. But the challenge is that metaphor that we're trying to create. Is it grounded on a systemic analysis of reality today? Are we more critical? Do we have that sense of curiosity and critical mind and that willingness to defy and to break away exploitative structures and colonized systems? So those are the key points. I hope you will make sense out of it when you all engage in your breakout groups and during the plenary, focusing on our theme today, the value of art and artists in business, myths, realities, and opportunities. So during day one, our emphasis is on the families. How are artists dealt with by families, by our communities? So now we look at the field of business, the value of art and artists in business, and how do we want business to be reshaped so that it fits into our narrative of a preferred future. So to help us think through it today, let me now introduce to you our first speaker. Our first speaker is CALIXTO V. CHIKIAMCO. He is a BPO and internet entrepreneur, a book author, and a writer on political economy. He has co-authored the 2019 book, Momentum, Economic Reforms for Sustaining Growth, together with national scientist RAUL, Dr. Emmanuel De Dios, former Finance Undersecretary Romeo Bernardo, and the late former Socio-Economic Planning Secretary Cayetano Paderanga Jr. He is also the author of the 2015 book, The Way Forward, The Path to Inclusive Growth. He serves as a property rights consultant to the Asia Foundation and is currently president and co-founder of the Foundation for Economic Freedom, an organization advocating economic and political liberty, good governance, and secure and well-defined property rights. My friends, ladies and gentlemen, artists of the Visayas Islands, let us please welcome with a virtual clap, Mr. Mr. CALIXTO CHIKIAMCO. A virtual clap, please.
View of art and artists in business, myths, realities, and opportunities. How does business view art and artists? The key words here are value-adding. Arts and artists must be value-adding if they are to be viewed favorably and supported with time, attention, and money by business. Value adding can take many different forms, and it depends on what sectors of the business value adding is applied to. For example, Art can be applied to the product so that it enhances perception of value to a company's customers, so the company can increase the price or marketability of the product. For example, art can be integrated into a condominium building or a subdivision to make it more upscale and attractive to would-be buyers. For another example, business can portray itself as a patron of the arts as a way to bolster its brand and communicate to the general public that it is more than a money-making enterprise. It can wrap itself in the mantle of art, much like it shows support for renewable energy to give itself a green sheen. The downside of this view of art by business is that it can be commercial, short-term, and more trendy rather than real. In other words, business may choose only artists and artworks that are considered safe, have established names, or rigorously consistent with the image that the business is trying to project. Social realist paintings with grim pictures of the poor and oppressed may not be a good adornment in the lobby of a building. Business may shun artists who are projecting their inner demons for fear that this would alienate their customers. For business, art can be a win-win, meaning an expense that can be turned into an investment that becomes more valuable over time. Like any investor, we would want to, quote, buy cheap and sell high, unquote. Buying cheap means patronizing artists who are still struggling to make a name and whose prices are not yet astronomical. Therefore, there's an opportunity for struggling artists who can show potential to get the attention of business who see art as an investment. One caveat, though, is that those who make the decisions to invest in art in business are not necessarily experts, and they may not necessarily listen to experts when they make the decisions. They tend to make safe choices or even dictate to the artists what they want. They may not appreciate innovation, which the art world itself hasn't accepted. Therefore, for artists where the commercial aspect is secondary or even irrelevant, dealing with commercial-minded, practical businessmen, cum art investors can be a pain. Therefore, there is a delicate balance that artists must tread in dealing with businessmen and art investors. That in dealing with business, they must be careful in not sacrificing their vision or their soul. Perhaps artists must be insulated from even considering the commercial aspect of art by having them delegate that interaction between art and business to trusted art galleries or managers. Artists must function like sports stars, concentrating on what they do best, but leaving the commercial, practical aspects to trusted people who can act in their best interests. This, of course, is the tricky part because selfish and professional agents claiming to act on behalf of artists can end up exploiting them. Young artists may not yet have a name to attract professionals who can act as their business advisors or agents. However, the lesson is clear. Artists may hardly be the best persons to act in their own best economic interests. They must focus on doing what they do best, pursuing their artistic vision regardless of commercial considerations. They must learn to delegate some decisions involving businessmen and investors to trusted individuals who will act in their own best interests in the long term. This isn't easy, and artists must be alert to scammers, exploiters, and just people acting unprofessionally. Also, with a lot of fake art being peddled these days, artists must learn to document their works in order not to leave any doubt about the authenticity of their works. Investors would not want the value of their works to be downgraded by the proliferation of fake art that can be indistinguishable from true art. However, let us be realistic And artists must be wide-eyed that there will be two or more types of art: commercial art and fine art. And there will be art that straddles the two. There's no shame in pursuing commercial art or art that merely pleases. We see this in movies. There are commercial films that are intended merely to please, make money, and movies or films that are pure art in expression, standpoint, and technique, and those that are in between. There's no prostitution or corruption involved in commercial art for as long as the art is realistic and wide-eyed. At this point, let me digress a bit and say that art will only grow in value and resonance in a world increasingly dominated by technology. Why? Because technology quickly becomes obsolete, unlike art, which can't be replicated and distributed like a digital tool. Art will remain scarce, thus growing in value. Also, because technology only applies to our left brain, the rational, logical parts of ourselves. It doesn't communicate to the right parts of our brain, the emotional and intuitive parts of our brain. And unlike art, humankind therefore needs art to feel and be whole. This is why I'm confident that art in general will only grow in value in the eyes of investors and businessmen. With respect to art and technology, let me state that artists must use technology to widen the market for their art. There's a global market out there, but only if artists make use of new media technologies to reach out to the global market. They should use, in particular, social media, from YouTube, vlogging, to Instagram posts, to let the whole world out there, not just the Philippines, to educate, inform, and make aware of their art and vision. Finally, I can't discuss art and business without discussing the effects of the pandemic on the art world. It has been devastating for both sides. Art galleries had to remain closed during the hard lockdown, and even if they were finally allowed to open, buyers were reluctant to go outside and view. Most businesses were also affected. The economy has suffered its worst recession in history. Businesses, instead of thinking about investing in art, are being forced to cut executive salaries, lay off workers, and staunch financial losses. While some enterprising art managers pivoted to online galleries and marketplaces, art is one of those things that must be personally viewed and appreciated. Art, therefore, is another victim of this period of limited mobility and social distancing. Businesses, on the other hand, are just too busy to survive to think about investing in art. The sad thing is that unless they have day jobs, artists have no social protection, unlike salaried workers who can count on some aid from Social Security. If they get sick due to COVID or other diseases, they can only count on PhilHealth and are dependent on meager savings, if any. Except for a rarefied few, artists must therefore focus on just survival, as businesses are. I don't foresee the economy making a comeback until after the middle of 2022, when we probably have a new government and vaccines will be more widely available. Therefore, while I'm optimistic of the value of art to business in the long run, we must be realistic and recognize that the art market will be a ghost of what it once was until the pandemic is over and businesses have healed their balance sheets. In the meantime, perhaps artists can position their works as worthwhile investments given the extraordinarily low interest rates prevailing. They understand that the market for some forms of real estate, particularly in suburban communities, has been booming in the light of low interest rates and fear of being holed up in closed spaces like condo units. Instead of putting their money in savings accounts, which yield next to nothing, investors have been putting their money in real estate. In a similar vein, investors and businesses can be enticed to invest in art as a long-term investment. In conclusion, art and business can be good partners, but only in the right conditions. Artists must be aware of the possibilities and opportunities in such a partnership, but also the limitations. Artists must ensure they take care of their finances and have substantial savings over their lifetimes in order to be in a better position in dealing with business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. CALIXTO CHIKIAMCO. Virtual clap, please. Thank you. May I now present to you our next speaker. Our next speaker is Mr. Ed Valencia. He graduated magna cum laude from the University of the Philippines with a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration, majoring in accounting. He finished his Master's in Business Administration, major in Finance and International Business at the New York University Stern School of Business. He passed the CPA licensure exams in both the state of New York and in the Philippines, where he placed 8th in the national ranking. Mr. Valencia has close to 30 years of experience in the global financial services industry. He spent 17 years at Morgan Stanley, in New York and in Hong Kong in various roles, including Vice President for Fixed Income Research and Managing Director and Global Head of Financial and Operational Risk Control. He worked for 7 years at Credit Suisse in New York as Managing Director and also in other senior management roles. Ladies and gentlemen, a virtual clap for Mr. Ed Valencia.
Thank you very much for the kind intro. It's sunny out here now in Manila, so it's a good time to actually engage with hopefully everyone and share some thoughts and insights about business and the role of business and how it needs to engage with art and artists. The last time I actually participated in one of these events was 6 years ago, and not a few had commented that they were quite disappointed that I didn't have any material or deck to show with them, and that was the Collectors Forum. So now today I prepared a deck which will help guide some of our discussions. Just to put this in context, I did some research. I spoke to at least 6 organizations, large companies, officers of large companies, as well as medium and small size organizations to get their perspective as well, not just based on the experience I've had in the roles I've had in the various companies that I worked for, as recent as Deutsche Bank here in the Philippines, where I actually retired in 2016 as the CEO, and where we did create a significant arts appreciation program. Secondly, this presentation is not intended to be prescriptive, nor is it intended to answer questions that everyone might have. I heard the speaker from Bohol as I was just logging in about some of the challenges that he mentioned. Quite frankly, he's right on point with a number of them, and hopefully some of the insights that some people in the business sector have shared with me will provide a little bit more clarity to why some of these engagements are not happening and where are the opportunities. So let's start with this slide, slide 2. So if you look at this slide, this represents significant engagement in the art world by a lot of the institutions. Everything that you see that you're already familiar with, whether it's the Philippine Art Awards, MADE, Ayala Museum, Ilomoca, etc., Shangri-La, this, art engagement and investment and support for the arts is basically supported by a major corporate entity, a for-profit entity. So I'd like to clarify that, because I'm not going to focus nor will try to address how museums and other cultural institutions or entities support the arts, because that in a sense, is already pretty much carved out in their own individual charters. But it's safe to say that there's a lot of engagement at the top of the house, particularly here in Metro Manila. And maybe that's some of the challenges that we need to address, particularly when we go to the regions. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, myths. There's a myth that's, as I said, that only large and well-funded corporations are engaged in the arts and culture program, which is not quite true. Because actually, when I spoke to some of the medium-sized, they do engage. It's just not quite known in the market out there. It's not as maybe big and significant for art and artist communities to be able to be able to feel it, to feel the impact. Commitment specifically to supporting arts is not actually carved out in anyone's charter. So the myth that for a lot of the large companies that have been supporting arts and culture, that they are really carved out in their corporate charters, that's not true. I mean, companies generally put in language in their charters in supporting and creating community service programs, particularly in the CSR space, community corporate social responsibility, but they never mention art. At the end of the day, art as a priority is a myth for all of these for-profit corporate entities. Now, what are some of the feedback that I gathered in talking to them and some of the noise that I've heard in the market out there? Myth or reality? And maybe you guys can answer this. There are artists who are unwilling to work and engage in purely commercial business environment perspective. Mr. CHIKIAMCO actually sort of touched base on this, right? People think that art and artists who are involved in a creative process that is appreciated for aesthetics and for their impact has no place in a commercial for-profit environment. Artists who engage in producing work for merchandising products and services, i.e. commercial work, is not deemed a real or a serious artist. Is that a myth or a reality? And there's even a myth that artists are generally not really employed by for-profit institutions out there in day-to-day operational roles. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, what are the realities actually? So people are probably aware that because corporate charters do not carve out commitments to supporting art in their corporate charters, where is the engagement, even from the large and the smaller organizations, coming from? They're usually coming from art patrons and advocates in management positions within these companies. That's critical because there are a lot of people, and most, and even some of them very, very senior. I spoke to the COO of a really large company out here in the Philippines, and they said they really want to engage because they themselves, they love art. So corporate engagement is driven by individuals who really have that passion for the arts, so to speak. And in a number of companies, whether it's large or small, that, as I mentioned earlier, is pretty much driven through a CSR, corporate social responsibility program, that almost all corporate entities, particularly the large one, but also the case in even medium and small size industries, they do involve themselves in. Inclusion of arts and culture programs have now become part of commercial and branding strategy of a number of large corporations. And we'll see that later on. Corporations themselves, particularly the large ones, as you have seen from the first slide, they've created foundations to really focus on and support arts and culture as part of their CSR responsibilities. So where are these drivers being made? Deutsche Bank, we created Appreciating Arts at Deutsche Bank in 2012, and we were quite frankly quite happy that Charlie Ko and his sculptures and Bogatensi Ruiz's large mural sculpture was the inaugural exhibit that we were able to put out at our newly installed art space in the lobby. Why did we do that? Because we believe that art and culture, it increases employee engagement. It drives creative thinking. We all know that. A lot of people view it from a pure aesthetics and even investment perspective. They want art in their offices. They want art in their premises. And certainly, as one of the earlier points mentioned, a lot of companies, particularly those involved in malls, in townships, they've incorporated art and support for arts and culture program in their strategy because it's important to provide, I guess, a more holistic product or service to the community. So malls, you see a lot of galleries. They even do pop-ups during this COVID pandemic. A lot of malls have been providing free art space for artists to be able to showcase their artworks. And certainly, overarching driver of a lot of this corporate investment in arts is community service. As a matter of fact, a lot of companies, I know Mr. CHIKIAMCO mentioned about art and investing in art, buying art, acquiring art. A lot of companies don't do that. As a matter of fact, they will tell you they don't budget in their budget process art acquisition. There are large companies. I worked for Deutsche Bank for a number of years, and they do budget for art acquisitions. But a lot of companies here in the Philippines, they hardly budget for that. It's usually part of a bigger funded program that may allocate some funds to acquiring art, but it does not necessarily, it's not necessarily spelled out that they are there to acquire and invest in art. Regardless of whether as an investment, that is something that they would look forward, would support them. That said, knowing where the art market in the Philippines had been, particularly over the last 8 to 10 years, in a growing market, particularly here in Southeast Asia, everyone has started thinking of art as a real investment, as a valued asset in companies where they can buy and acquire and invest in it for the future. Next slide. Okay, the myth that there are no roles for artists in operational roles. That's not quite true, because the reality is, having talked to a number of these institutions, particularly the larger ones, they really actually engage with artists and art professionals, particularly those to support the creative services within the organization, to support advertisement and promotions, design of corporate collaterals, annual reports, brochures. There are even companies that hire artists to create artworks that they put on their Christmas cards that they send out to their clients. Companies do hire external creative services, and that's an increasing reality in a number of the large organizations where they need art services for the different things I mentioned above, but as well as when they don't have sufficient resources or they need special expertise, they actually approach external agencies, particularly ad agencies that provide these services. I already mentioned that art acquisitions and purchase are not generally the main strategy of a lot of these organizations. Acquisitions are usually done by the management officers, who then lend their collection to display in company premises. I know there's a large law firm out here in Manila. When you go to their offices, I see a lot of artworks, from the masters to some of the younger senior artists. And then when you ask them, it's not really owned by the office. They said it's owned by the partners in the law firm, and they lend it to the company. There's certainly a lot of interest, and I spoke to a relatively new, small, medium-sized company, a startup. They only really started operating a year ago. They're in a new office out here in Mandaluyong, and they have a lot of wall space that's pretty much blank. And they basically articulated to me that it would be nice if we would be able to put some artwork in these premises. But then again, they said, unfortunately, our mother company in Hong Kong and in New York does not provide us budget for art acquisition. Outside of art being displayed in company premises, particularly during this COVID pandemic, I think there's a lot of opportunities for art to be really shared in indoor spaces that are less restrictive and less constrained. And more importantly, there's a lot of outdoor usable spaces for a lot of companies out there where art can be displayed. At Deutsche Bank, where I work in the shared services at DKS in BGC, many, many years ago, and this predated my work with the company in 2010, they had an art competition for a huge sculpture to be developed and installed outside of their office. And a lot of companies in BGCs have also done that as well. So there continues and there remains those opportunities where some of this artwork, particularly as I said during this COVID pandemic, where we need to showcase art in less constrained areas, outdoor art is probably going to start becoming very popular. Next slide. Okay, one of the resource persons I spoke to is from a major auction house. And I was trying to get insight of where the current market is and how it could potentially grow and evolve. There's a reality that yes. Hello. Oh, sorry. Okay. There's a reality that I think we need to state up front. I know Mr. CHIKIAMCO mentioned this. Government and corporate funding for art programs had shrunk and will continue to shrink, not just during this pandemic, even in a post-pandemic recovery, whenever that happens, because everyone will be just trying to get back on their feet. So this is a major challenge. A comment was made by this senior person of this auction institution is that the senior renowned artists will remain resilient and stable, while emerging artists will be more heavily impacted in this current environment. Everyone talks about, almost all of the resource persons I spoke to, large or small companies have mentioned that digital transformation, use of technology and social media is here and now and will only continue to ramp up even in a post-pandemic environment, because that is where we are. A lot of the practices that have been put in place, digital learning, etc., online exhibits, will they go away in a post-pandemic? It's not clear. Maybe the digital platforms that are currently being used will continue in some form or another, mixed with the standard traditional practices that we've always had. But this is something that's, I think, a reality that everyone needs to really embrace. There's a lot of untapped opportunities for close collaboration between the art community and the businesses, as articulated by a lot of these folks, not just myself. It remains significantly relevant in the current pandemic environment. We all hear and know and embrace that art heals, art motivates, art inspires, whether in the good times or the bad times, whether depicting social realism or other forms of art. This is the time when art needs to continue to inspire us, need to continue to help us in the healing process. Next slide. Opportunities and challenges. So I already mentioned this, that in a digital world that's continuing to ramp up and technology and social media to boot, everyone really, in my view, needs to embrace this, because I think this is a path that has been growing, accelerating, and will not stop when we get past this COVID pandemic. We see online exhibitions, art programs like art educations, webinars, etc., that other speakers have spoken to. There is a continuous awareness via social media. Social media is something, even personally, I had set up an Instagram account and I've never really actively used. Over the past 2 weeks, 4 artists and friends have actually started following me, even though I hadn't posted anything. So, I mean, it's a medium that is out there, not just for the young, which we always thought social media is just for the young. You'd be surprised that even some of the more middle and senior folks out there in the market, use Instagram. You have senior presidents around the world who are using Twitter and Instagram to post their ideas and their views and pictures. Digital art, that's something I think that has not really been fully embraced, if I might add, by a lot of the artist community. People think that using technology to create art is not real art, it's not serious art. That is a food for thought that I would address to the participants in this conference. Why is that so? Why is digital art not real art? Why is it not deemed good art? As a matter of fact, for a lot of the companies, a lot of their creative services staff probably use digital art to create collaterals, to create brochures, to create all other materials that they use for the company. So that is something I would pose to the whole group out there to start thinking seriously, because once you embrace it, that itself also opens up opportunities. A broader perspective of what constitutes art in the context of what I just mentioned is, I think, quite important, particularly in a business setting where business is not involved with, if at all, in supporting arts by just acquiring it, by just purchasing it. It's across a lot of activities that they do. They probably need and could support even art education. They probably would be able to, in the current particularly pandemic period, do a lot more philanthropy. And as they do that, they want to engage with artists, right? A very senior person from a large corporation here basically said that artists who work with us during these challenging times will be strongly supported when we recover. One of the common themes, at least I heard it from three resource persons I spoke to, is that companies, business entities do struggle finding the right forums to engage and access art. Mr. CHIKIAMCO mentioned about galleries. But when you start going outside of Metro Manila, I don't know how many galleries Bohol has, because I listened to the speaker from Bohol and about his statement that there's very little support from the private businesses for art. I don't know, maybe from a entity perspective there is, but I hope that on an individual basis that there continues to be support, just like here in Manila and other locations. But how do these companies now, I'm talking of entities, how do they engage with and have access to artists? Because there's not really a lot of routes and maybe even facilitators to create this level of engagement other than maybe galleries. And that has an implication in one of the other points I'm gonna make. So next slide. So in terms of opportunities and challenges, someone had mentioned, not just one, at least two organizations have mentioned to me, why isn't there an official creative directory of artists and art professionals by region, by locale, that might facilitate, you know, this engagement process, maybe with contact numbers, with email addresses, even maybe with links to the work that they've done. That opens up, I think, a whole new set of opportunities, not just in the business sector, but as well as in other sectors of society. Because art institutions, academic institutions might want to engage with art and artists for art education, for all sorts of different things, etc. So that is a food for thought that I would put out there through the VIVA conference participants, is something that I think we need to start seriously consider. How do we access that? Here in Manila, there's a lot of galleries that organizations can go to. I know Shangri-La went through a consultant and even to a gallery to advise them, for instance, on what art and which artists they could use to put art in their hotel. But what about when you start going to the provinces, to the regions, etc.? Where does that engagement happen? And how does it happen? Through which medium? Through which connectivity? So this second point is also something that I agree and was shared by one or two of my resource persons. That is, there is probably an opportunity. I know Mr. CHIKIAMCO mentioned that artists should just focus on their art. But you know what? And this is from my own experience. When we run our Appreciating Arts program at Deutsche Bank and even at Iloilo Museum of Contemporary Art, we don't just want to showcase the artworks. We want artists to engage with the community, with our staff. We almost always follow it through with an artist talk. Because like even at our company at Deutsche Bank, where we challenge our staff and our employees to develop a very creative thinking on solving problems for the company, talking to artists and how they go about creating their artwork, the thought process is what is important, not necessarily the outcome, because obviously its outcome is different for the different objectives. But creating this and building this communication and engagement skills, I think will help in that engagement, not just within the business community, but even beyond. Again, pricing is critical. So I mentioned it earlier that some of the challenges in the market, and particularly during this COVID pandemic, is being called out because pricing from some of the business organizations that I've spoken to is a challenge, not just in terms of the pricing for creative services for the work that they do, whether it's for brochures, annual reports, etc. But even when they need to put an artwork in their premises, they, again, knowing that they don't have the big budgets, etc., they feel that, you know, they're hamstrung in terms of their ability to put an artwork in their lobby, or even to hire artists to create artworks for Christmas cards, because they're gonna say that this is too expensive for us. We're better off getting, you know, creative services for something that's cheap. So that's something that needs to be addressed. Also, particularly because, I mean, people may or may disagree with me, coming where I am from, having seen this market since 2010 when I came back from New York. There are lots of sectors of this art market, in my view, that has been overheating. I think that's a reality we all need to address. Prices have just been shooting up. The well-heeled and the well-to-do collectors will continue to buy. But what about developing, you know, the collectors at the base? At Deutsche Bank, because we did create an art space in our lobby and we did set up art programs, you'd be surprised. Even our expats and a lot of our locals who've never bought artwork have started considering and have in fact bought artwork, because they see the need, and maybe for investment purposes, that it's nice to have for their own collection, but it's also something that would increase in value. But more of them are now saying that, look, in an environment with pandemic, where, you know, our compensations are being cut, or some of our colleagues are being cut off, and you know, are unemployed, you know, what do we do? So that's something I think that I would recommend that you guys look into, because pricing has become really a challenge, particularly for companies where for-profit companies, as you know, they use competitive bidding to you know, to acquire services from the market, whether it's artistic services or other forms of services. They do competitive bidding, and a very senior person mentioned to me that unless they're competitive, it's difficult to deal with them. The next point in there is something that I would like to share with you. I don't know if a lot of you are familiar with the St. Luke's Medical Center art acquisition. I'm just using this as an example, but this is a model that arguably could be replicated, or a variation thereof. So for a small or medium-sized company, why is art lending not available to businesses where, you know, businesses, small, medium-sized, engage and put up art indoors or outdoors in their premises and display them, but it's on a lending basis, but the company will be required to properly insure the artwork, i.e. ownership remains with the artist. It's properly insured. The artist's work is hopefully maintained properly. And you never know. A senior executive mentioned to me that one of our executives or the company may end up liking it so much and buying it, or one of our clients who visits us will like it and buy it from us. So that's food for thought. This auction house mentioned to me that in the US, I've heard of this actually, although I haven't really seen the mechanics of how they do it, because art is seen as Mr. CHIKIAMCO mentioned, a nice investment to have that could grow in value, whether it's for businesses or for individuals. A lot of people, including small and medium-sized companies, can't afford them. But what about you know, the concept of an arch hedge funds that I know is starting to grow in popularity in the US, where people, individuals, organizations can buy fractional shares of a piece of artwork. So I don't know, a 500,000 peso artwork would be bought for a 10,000 peso fractional share. So someone who buys that, in fact, invested in that artwork that hopefully could double up maybe in 5 years. That 10,000 becomes 20,000 pesos. So that's just a small you know, idea that might actually be something that we could look into here in the Philippines. The bottom line, as the statement says, is there is value between the business world and art and artists that remains untapped. Business world absolutely values art and artists. They want to continue to engage with it. They want to be able to have projects and programs to be able to engage with arts and artists. But we are facing the challenges, the same challenges that Mr. CHIKIAMCO had mentioned, and some of the things I just outlined here. So next slide. So these are really just snippets of what's happening in the market during this COVID environment, right? I already mentioned about online and digital platforms being used, whether for webinars, for exhibits, etc. Next slide. A lot of galleries and corporations have also partnered to creating, goods that are selling out there, like masks, alcohols, etc. Or they actually, use artists to create, art and put them on masks and similar products. Next slide. Okay, I mentioned social media. We have a number of Negros artists who actually have been actively engaged in Instagram, and they've created some huge followings. I would encourage people to continue to do that, because I think that's a forum that will continue to create connectivity with both younger folks who are into the social media, but a lot of also the galleries and artists who I know are heavily engaged in social media, whether it's Facebook or Instagram. Next slide. Okay, again, mentioning about partnership with small companies. You have artists out there creating products where their artworks are actually included in the packaging of products. I mean, if some artists can do this, why can't others do this? I know even during the Ilomoka opening, we struggled convincing some of our artists to allow us to basically recreate and make prints of their artworks on mugs, on canvas bags, etc. I don't know, maybe some senior artists feel that that cheapens their work. I mean, that's something that some artists I know have taken that perspective, but others don't really mind, particularly where there is something that could be shared with the artists as they allow their artworks to be included in a lot of these merchandising products. Next slide. Crowdfunding, I don't know if a lot of people are aware, there are websites out there, organizations like Coffee, Kickstarter, and Patreon that actually young emerging artists can also reach out to, engage in, and use to be able to really do crowdfunding for them and the projects that they do. It's starting to grow, maybe not as popular here in the Philippines, but this is something that I wasn't, quite frankly, even very much aware of. I know crowdfunding being done for some socio-political causes, but not really in the art space, but I was informed. Credit to Janine Cabato from Mega World Foundation in Ilomoka, who actually helped put together some of these materials, that it is out there. It's something that artists could actually look into and maybe potentially tap. So I think this is where the presentation ends. I hope this has been useful to you all, and I hope that this creates discussion, thought process, a debates of where and what can be done to continue to enhance this engagement between the business community and artist professionals. Thank you for inviting me. I'd like to thank Jade, Manny, Charlie for inviting me again into this forum. Unfortunately, unlike 6 years ago, where I ended my collectors forum talk by informing everyone that we're going to open a contemporary art museum, I have nothing. I have no big surprise to end this talk with. But anyway, thank you very much for allowing me to join you guys at this conference, particularly given the challenging times that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Maraming salamat, Mr. Ed Valencia and Mr. CALIXTO CHIKIAMCO. You have painted before us realities, challenges, and issues, as well as future space in the nexus of arts and business and the artists. Let us give them a virtual clap again. Thank you, thank you. And now we are pleased to have the presence of a person who holds great amount of experience in business and project management, both on the coast and on land. To widen our understanding on matters of art and business, let us welcome as reactor Mr. Raul Rafael Arambulo. A virtual clap, please. Go ahead, Mr. Arambulo.
Wala siya nakamute.
We can't hear you, sir. No sound. While waiting for the technical difficulty to be fixed, let me remind our participants that after this, we proceed to our breakout groups. So please take note of your pre-assigned groups. I suppose you already know how to get there with your experience last day one. So please be ready and let us maximize our limited time. Proceed right away to the breakout groups after this while waiting for Mr. Arambulo. So make sure that you've got stable connection review and yes, we're...
Sir Raul, paki-on ng laptop. Baka naka-mute yung laptop mismo, not just Zoom.
We still can't hear you.
Wala makatawag siya.
Sa extreme left, may may microphone na icon. Please press. Please press the microphone icon at the extreme left of your screen.
Unmute again, Sir Raul. I think it's really in the laptop because even if you unmute yourself, we cannot hear you.
Select the microphone.
I think we are going to troubleshoot that first. So in the meantime, we might have to proceed to the breakout session first.
Okay, but yes, we're getting ready for the breakout sessions. We'll just remind everybody the conference dialogues are being recorded for documentation purposes and will be uploaded on VIVA ExCon's website. The breakout session will be recorded as well, only for documentation, but no longer to be uploaded on the web. Once I say start later, please proceed immediately to your breakout session and get highly engaged and stay there until I call you back to the main room for the plenary. Please take note of our guide questions for the breakout groups. Island coordinators, please take note too. What are your experiences dealing with business? Number one, what are your experiences dealing with business? Number two, in what way did these experiences help or hinder your career in the arts? In what way did these experiences help or hinder you or your career in the arts? And finally, number three, which will give emphasis later on during the reporting in the plenary, what is your preferred future in the context of business? What is your preferred future in the context of business? So everybody, again, be assured that the breakout room is a safe space to share. Please feel free, be kind to everyone, get engaged. Be mindful of each other because we have a very limited time. And again, we appeal, no one should stay in the plenary virtual space. Everybody should be in their breakout groups. Okay? Again, you have a pre-assigned breakout room by island. Those who do not belong to the islands, you are free to go to the Friends of Viva. Okay?
Okay, let's check again. Raul, can you say something? Wala pa. Okay, can you select again another selector sa ano? Yeah, there's a built-in microphone. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll fix the technical problem experienced by Mr. Raul. So in the meantime, so that we don't waste time, let's proceed now to our breakout rooms. Your time starts now. You only have 30 minutes for the breakout session. Let's keep it productive. Enjoy, everyone. See you after 30 minutes at the plenary space. Thank you.
Hi, I clicked myself out. Yeah, I was in the friends chat. Hello, Manny. Can you bring me back to the friends chat group?
We're closing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. We're sorry to cut you off, but in the interest of time, we need to proceed to the next part of our program. So welcome back, everyone, to our plenary space. We go back to our reactor. Let me now call on our seasoned business and project manager who will help us widen our understanding on matters of art and business and the futures. Let us welcome Mr. Raul Rafael Arambulo. A virtual clap, please. Sir Raul, it's your turn.
Unmute, please. Okay.
There.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'm sorry for the delay. And then that being said, thank you for the Viva and I guess in essence the Bacolod team for putting together such a magnificent feat, no, on the 30th year. And this, as I said before in Iloilo, this working with Viva and organizing Viva Cilia is really such a thankless job, except for some people who actually appreciate what you're doing. Anyway, I was pondering on what Mr. Chamco said, no, about third parties coming in and being able to actually efficiently authenticate artworks. Personally, the authentication of artworks for me is really something new. I think it started early 2000 or 2005 or something, because prior to that when we purchase artworks, well, I guess because we get it from the artists and galleries, we kind of assumed that the authentication and the work that we purchased is actually correct. And I guess lucky for us, when we started collecting in 1989, the reason we started collecting artwork was because we felt that visual art specifically, is something that the Filipinos can really excel in and really quite competitive worldwide. So when we were told early on that, Raul, it's nice to buy original artworks because it appreciates. I still remember my answer to the gallery owner when I told them, yeah, right, maybe to my grandchildren. But then with the I guess with the improvement of the economy, as Mr. Valencia mentioned, with the growing economy, like specifically an example like Metro Manila being the center of the economy in the country, where most of the money is invested, definitely the art scene and the movement of art is pretty hefty. This brings in the challenge to regional artists who wants to enter the main market as new artists, but at the same time has that feeling that for them, I think I would quote the Cebuano artist, for them it's like selling their soul to be able to enter such a commercial world. But then the reality of it, whether you don't like I think the third party's involvement, and as Mr. Valencia mentioned, the cost, the escalation of cost, in introducing a third party. In most situations, I think the issue would be on being able to identify the proper person that would help you identify your actual needs. Definitely galleries and as we said, these third party people need to make money and to be able to push themselves. That's why I think, again, going back to Viva, the beauty of Viva is providing for all the regional artists to have a platform and be able to exchange information with the other artists. Mr. Valencia mentioned earlier that the practice of some companies in borrowing art and the role of major companies in acquiring art for both, for, as Mr. Chikiamco mentioned, for increasing the value of the building or increasing the value of real estate. At the same hand, I guess in my profession as a photographer, I photographed CEOs with empty walls. I photographed big businesses with empty walls in their offices. And I guess the way I see it, the bottom line is the leader himself, the CEO, the CEO's interest or the stockholders' interest in buying art and seeing it as an investment. I guess my question to both speakers is, because I've seen, like I know of a bank in Cebu that had original artworks on their walls, and then when they moved locations, apparently they moved everything, the files, and then after moving most of their stuff, they left to sell the tables, the planters, the plants, and the artworks. A friend of mine was fortunate to buy a Olaso painting that's 4x4 for 5,000 pesos. This was like in 1995. So I guess in companies, in corporations, how do you foster? I guess my question is, because I'd like to think all the CEOs are well educated. How do you then foster art appreciation to these people for them to invest further in art? Personally, I think that art would do a lot better than banks. If you put your money into art, the appreciation, if you choose your artist wisely, is definitely a lot better than a bank. So in this context, I guess, how do you get people interested? How do you get the leaders interested that to spend? As Mr. Chikiamco mentioned earlier, that art purchase is not even in part of a company's objectives, but and priorities most of the time. But then how do you do that? How do you get the leaders in charge interested in purchasing art?
Art education. And art education does not come in the form of having even formal talks. It's giving them access to museum, to inviting them for gallery shows, etc. Creating small engagements with artists that they can talk to, etc. A lot of the business people in particular will have access to information about auctions and all of that, how the market out here. So I've not spoken to a medium-sized, small-sized, or large corporate executive who has said that art as an investment is a bad investment. So I think given where the markets had been in the last 10 years, I personally would think, and having come from the business sector myself, that art is a good investment. Although personally for me, I never bought art as an investment to flip. That was never my objective. And as a matter of fact, there's a corollary to the statement that we should encourage business people to invest, because a lot of the artists don't like their artworks to be invested in and flipped. They don't like that. There are a lot of galleries who will tell you we have a 3-year lockout. You're not allowed to even auction or sell this artwork. So that's even part of the education process, that people need to be aware. Education is also about awareness. Awareness about the market, about awareness about where things are, etc. Knowing there are different perspectives and practices in the market. So it's easy to say that how do you you give them the results of an auction and they will tell you, oh, all of these artists. But then the challenge is, how do you help the more emerging junior artists like we have in the provinces, in the regions? And that's about giving them platforms, opportunities to be able to showcase their work and to be able to showcase to people. Particularly like in Iloilo, we were fortunate that a lot of our young artists, emerging artists, have won in a lot of the national art competitions, and they gain that national attention and people start buying their works. Even I have friends here, executives in companies here, who are asking me how could they get an artwork of an Ilonggo artist. So if you know what I mean, it's a lot of that. And it's just really continuing to push and creating that engagement opportunity, particularly in the provinces where we have fewer galleries. So how do we bring about, creating those forums where business people, executives in particular, because they're the ones that make the decisions anyway. And whether the company itself buys or not, the individual may actually buy it.
Yes, Mr. Chikiamco, would you like to say something, make a comment?
Well, I agree with Mr. Valencia that art education is key to making business appreciate art. However, there are also, I think, external conditions that will be prompting businessmen in general to look at art. And it's the very low interest rates. Because putting it in a bank deposit will yield you next to nothing right now. So many are, of course, looking for alternative investments. And of course, art could be one of them. Especially, as I said, compared with technology, which becomes easily obsolete, art doesn't become obsolete. So for the long term, it's if you're not if you don't require liquidity, that is still a good investment given the very low interest rates. In fact, it's only real assets like real estate and I would say art in this period of what they call quantitative easing, money supply creation to combat the recession. And so people have plenty of money which yields next to nothing, and they're going to try to invest this in real things like real estate or art.
But then I guess in fairness to art, as was mentioned earlier, about art being an investment and the difficulty of being able to dispose art, especially in times of need. I remember an artist once the guy who bought the Olaso painting from this bag. He was telling me I was offering to get it off his hands, and he told no, Raul, this is something I keep for me if ever I need money. So what I told him was, if that is your intention, then you might as well look for a buyer now, sell the art at a good price, and keep the money, rather than holding on to that painting. And if something happens to you in a week, that's the time you sell it. No, you will never get the market value of that painting. I guess like to anything, if you want to sell something quick, you lose most of its value. So I guess art as an investment is quite similar in other investments, where if you need to sell it at post haste, then most definitely you would not get what you want for it. But on the same hand, if you well, I think I'd like to quote Mr. Ed Castillo. He once told me that I told him the problem with the art is it's only afforded by rich the rich the upper echelons of society. But what he told me was, Raul, that's true. However, most of the artists actually come from common families that they work their way up and normally support themselves through their art. So he sees it as art being the great equalizer of society, wherein most of the producers actually come from the mass, and yet the financing and the money to support them actually comes from bigger businesses and richer individuals.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Well, I agree with you. This is a personal perspective I've always had for the over 30 years since I've been collecting, since the mid 80s. I never advise anyone to buy art as like a regular commodity that they can trade out of it any day, anytime. So I always tell them that if you're willing to wait, that is a very good investment. Secondly, when people talk of very expensive acquisitions, you're talking of very renowned, senior, highly, the auction favorite artists here in the Philippines or even abroad. I encourage people to collect cheaper artwork that they find value, etc. And that artwork over 5 years, 10 years from now can grow in value. So when I said art education, it's not the formal training, etc. It's having those discussions. It's giving people that level and type of awareness. Because we have to help our emerging artists. I'm a big fan. As a matter of fact, I could argue maybe 70, 60, 70% of my collection are of emerging artists because I like them. Because maybe I also have a slightly different perspective. I don't buy them because I intend to sell them in a year or two.
Thank you. Very interesting exchange of insights. Thank you very much, Mr. Valencia, Mr. CHIKIAMCO, Mr. ARAMBULO. I wish I had all the time on my hands right now to give to everyone. I know there's a lot more ideas and things to share. But at this point in time, let's hear from our artists coming from the different parts of the Visayas. So to our reporters, so again, let's give a round of applause, virtual clap to Mr. Valencia, Mr. CHIKIAMCO, and Mr. ARAMBULO. We'll get back to you later. Now we proceed to our artists from the different parts of the region or the islands. We call on a clan. We follow the same format as last Mondays. And take note, you only have a maximum of 3 minutes. The lesser, the better. But by 2:45, we will warn you. And then beyond that, we'll cut you off. Sorry, we really have to make use of our time. So we start with the clan.
Good noon. Good noon. Hello. So I know that there are a lot of speakers, so I'll make this also short. We are discussing the different questions, and the first question is answered by Ma'am India. So, for a while. So the first question was, what are your experiences dealing with business? So since Ma'am India comes from the background of piña fiber industry, and she uses this as her medium for creating her art, she mentioned that these are good avenues to um, to improve her skills. So she doesn't simply stay with one medium. She also uses other mediums. So she works with textiles, but then she would also work with other handicrafts, and she can create sustainable artworks with her works, like writing books. So it's a matter of varying your craft, not staying with just one medium. As an artist, you should have a sustainable income, and then you develop your you also do this as a way of life, and encourage other young artists to do the same. So it's not simply just to make money, but also make this a way of life, so that if it becomes lucrative, then it is good. And then you also collaborate with other artists and help others. With Mom Erlinda Fernandez, she mentioned that you also have to know your market. So if your market wants a different kind of art, then you offer that to them. So she has worked with various markets, from different kinds of nationalities to balikbayans to local markets, and each of them have varying preferences for art, and so it's a good way of also making her artwork more diverse. um, and then also we
Eileen,
yes
can
ma'am,
you put
yes.
emphasis on your preferred futures?
Okay. So for the preferred future, we like the idea of Patreon and online businesses, medias, and so the younger generation can help the veterans to tap into that market, right? And also having partnerships with art spaces and commercial areas, which can benefit both of them. So, if, for example, there's a hotel, it can beautify the hotel with artworks. At the same time, it can be a place where the artworks are displayed and can be bought from that place. And then I guess that's just about it.
Okay, thank you very much, Eileen. So again, to
Thank
just
you.
recap very quickly and paint on our white wall there, Aklan has the following for the preferred future in terms of keywords: online or digital space for the arts, and more
Yeah.
partnership to create more art spaces in the community. Thank you very much,
Okay.
Eileen. Let's proceed to Antique.
Hi, good
Again, please
morning,
be
sir,
very conscious of
everybody.
your time in less than 3 minutes. Okay,
Yes,
start.
yes, sir. I would like to point out I have 4 points to discuss. Number one is that art education in Antique is still in its infancy with a limited number of art spaces. The local art scene struggles with a low selective patronage and a challenging audience with its current level of sophistication or the lack thereof. Number two, art collection and patronage is also affected by artists' knowledge on his or her own pricing of works. So there is a limited artists here have still have trouble knowing their prices. Number three, there are or very low or no mo- nor there are low or very much no validating entity or institution in the province, which makes art appreciation and patronage, which makes it a more difficult endeavor. And perhaps the number four, our preferred futures are more businesses hosting art in terms of exhibitions, art education, and workshops to attract patrons and these collaborations. More technical education or workshops in terms of number one, with the artist, in terms of how they conduct their work, on whether they would like to um, sell their work in a commercial sense or to do art in terms of their own soul or their heart. And number two is art workshops or art education in terms of the business or the appreciator or the audience itself. And another preferred future is um, uh, more art initiatives or art spaces in the province, and which also answers the concern in number 2 about validating entities or institutions. That's all, sir.
Thank you very much, Brian. Thank you, Antique. So for Antique, the keywords are
Thank you,
more
sir.
businesses to host the arts, art education and workshops, and again, more art spaces. Thank you. We now proceed to Bantayan and Cebu. I understand it will be just one group. Okay, Bantayan, may we hear from Jake?
Hello, mayong aga sa tanan.
Aga,
Grace,
proceed.
maybe Grace from Cebu can also help me because I was cut off at some point because of our internet connection. But to summarize our discussion here in terms of art and business and perceived futures or imagined futures, I would just like to start by saying that the artists that I've spoken to today are artists who have like a different or at different phases in their careers or in their artistic lives. So we have artists who've exhibited in international galleries or biennials, and we also have artists who are only now for the first time showing their work here. So this sort of it reflects the different levels of engagement that people have with institutions in the arts, outside the arts, and also how that relates to the funding of projects and commissioning of work. The first thing that we discussed here is to say that to sort of clarify what business is. What is business for us? So one of the first reactions was that business means money, but business also means stress. So that's like it's part of how it's viewed here. The idea of business is viewed here, but it also means sort of applying for grants, sort of knowing which institutions to apply grants for, knowing which local and other businesses have the capacity to invest in your work or possibly buy your work. It also means dealing with LGUs and creating partnerships with LGUs. So business really, I think, as far as we've discussed, is about sort of knowing how to speak to and approach to different institutions, whether it's corporations or LGUs or other institutions, in order to be able to create your work or to maybe have your work commissioned or sell your work. One of the other things that came up in our discussion is the need for a synthesis between the ethics of the artist and the value that we can give or that we have to offer, what we have to offer, and also the values and the ethics of the institution. And maybe sometimes it's not good to collaborate or to be funded by an institution that you don't agree with. It's also about sort of knowing your audience as an artist and knowing whether or not you have an artist, and that allows the artist to make a decision whether or not they would be commissioned or they would attempt to sell their work, or they would rather live by doing grants and having other businesses. So a lot of the artists here, they're obviously not reliant on selling their work. So everybody sort of has like a sideline or a main line and makes art on the side or somehow integrates both. So in terms of the future, I would probably say that one of the things that we discussed is that we would like to have more exhibitions that could sort of raise funds for ourselves or for other causes in our community, but also make sure that as we develop as an art scene, that we sort of make sure that our talent is developed, not just creating work that is being sold for other corporations. Sorry, Grace. I think that's a summary on our part.
Okay, thank you, Jake. Let's proceed to Grace. Would you like to add something? Grace?
I think that's all. Jake has said it all.
Okay, thank
Okay
you.
na.
Thank you, Cebu, Bantayan, Jake, and Grace. More exhibitions that practically generate funds or income, and of course, talent enhancement. Thank you very much. We now proceed to Bohol. Bohol, please.
For Bohol, for number one, our experiences with the business is they tend to be selective. They have their own taste, and then they want it to be free, and uh, they don't provide easel or panels, and then they get when they tend to get talent outside of Bohol, and then government projects they do a padding system. They change the pricing, and then they the pricing in Bohol for artworks they want it to be lower than the Manila price. Hello. For the number two, for number three, circular economy, win-win solution, and then have their own art space, and then improve relationship between arts and business, and then online business. Hello.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Jeff from Bohol.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Preferred future. Of course, this is an emerging trend right now, and we need to get there. They say the circular economy, win-win solution, more art spaces, and of course, improved relationship between business and the arts. Thank you, Jeff of Bohol. We now proceed to copies.
Hello. Can you
Yes,
hear me?
Marika.
No, this is Cheche. Okay, naririnig niyo ako? Okay. So I'll go directly to the number 3 question. Since we also discussed na the 1 and 2 question. So what is your preferred future in doing business as artists? So one share that sana in the future magkakaroon ng right compensation for artists, not just for art as art's sake. And work should be, as artists, work should be well-researched, culture-based, and magkakaroon ng identity ang artist. Sometimes they get confused with, especially on the commission basis, nagkakaroon kasi ng mga sacrifices, especially sa commission. So, nasa-sacrifice yung identity and style ng artist. So, in the future, sana magkakaroon ng value and respect for the artist sa magpapagawa sa kanila. And then one is most common din, sana in the future, hindi na ma-exploit yung mga artists and their work. Mawawala na sana yung presyong pangkaibigan or pangpamilya. Sana magkakaroon ng right pricing sa mga artworks. And especially with the big companies in the future, they sana magkakaroon ng good relationship with business groups na hindi mamaliitin yung mga artists, and sana mawala din yung barter, yung parang barter ex-deal compensation na minsan kasi dito sa copies nagkakaroon ng libre na lang, ma-expose naman yung pangalan ninyo, yung mga ganon, especially when it comes to mural, mga ganon. So, uso dito yung ex-deals. So, we're hoping na mawawala din yan. And between artists din, nagpapababaan ng mga presyo. So, in the future, we're hoping na among the artists, magkakaroon ng respeto among artists, and we should show and know good work ethics, magkakaroon ng mga best practices dito sa copies. And one also shared na sana ma-educate yung community in the value of art. So we magkakaroon ng more appreciation in the art, good exposure of art in copies, and hopefully uplift the level of art in copies. And one also shared na in the future, sana magkakaroon ng right, siguro more products, right products for the art materials, especially when they sell their product. Minsan kasi hindi tama yung mga ginagamit na material since insufficient yung funds. Insufficient yung art materials dito. So we hope that in the future we need to have a voice as artists and cultural workers. Amongst ourselves, we need to talk with each other, have a good relationship in the artistic community, and tayo mismo, we should have self-respect and value, and most especially, we need to love what we do. Para yung on the other end, yung mga tao din mismo will value our work as well. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much, Cheche. We've got a number of keywords for their preferred future from copies. No? So one is right compensation for the artworks, a work that is culture-based, and then they see in the future the elimination of exploitation, improved relationship between arts and business, no X deals, and then of course community education and exposure to the arts, and that the artist's voice should be heard in the community. So thank you very much, copies. We now go to Iloilo and Guimaras. I believe this is a combined group. Is this? Okay, so we start with Sheila. You have the virtual floor, Sheila.
Hi, good noon, everyone. So I collated all the answers earlier. For the first question would be, what are your experiences dealing with business? One artist is an artist consultant to the city government, and he said that right now the mayor is setting up a gallery operational in the first quarter of next year, and which helps the artist gaining income where 50% of the profit goes to them. The other one said no contracts between clients and business owners. Some doesn't have much contact with the business side as of now, just doing what with art production, and some focus on other careers. One said some clients are asking too much of discounts. One said little engagement on business because they're very careful about their reputation and relationships. And one said that they are just surviving and it's too complicated to market their artworks as of now. So in the second question, in what way did these experiences help or hinder your career in the arts? So in dealing into having a contract is to avoid conflict and better dealing with buyers. So if there's a contract, you can regulate and legalize a discount. Some said they are in the process on handling money and art at the same time, where they support their parents and give a fraction of their income from their income in the art. Also, one said one big hindrance is the difficulty on having no mentor that could help them, that could leave their learning curve, that would take their learning curve that takes longer, so everything is in trial and error. So the third question is, what is your preferred future in the context of business? So one said there should be more exposure and we should just take advantage of the online platform right now. One artist said well-informed business sector, so not too commercial, but just a balanced one, and not only to deal with the trendy ones. The other said solidarity, where we can express ourselves and no more fraction. Community engagement and more collaborative. Integrate your art in the community. And professionalize rather than commercialize the art world. One said that he don't want to go into commercial art and in the context of too much printing and mass producing. And lastly, one said that it would be nice if artists and architects and interior design in the future would collaborate.
Thank you very much, Sheila of Iloilo. So keywords for the preferred future: more exposure, take advantage of the digital space, online platforms. They also prefer a future with an informed business sector, a solidarity and community engagement among artists, and professionalism, not commercialization. Thank you very much. We now proceed to Leyte. Leyte, may I call on Tata?
Hi. Hello.
Hi, Tata. It's
Hello.
yours.
All right. Okay, so for the first question, what are your experiences dealing with business? All right, so with our friends from Armok, they shared their experience. Um, First of all, they said that art as a business perspective, it really pays to know how to talk about your art, how to explain and elaborate your art, and how to make a literature about your art. And another shared experience as well. They also talk about technology, that technology is fast and the art remains. This is also according to what the speaker has spoken earlier. And that now that technology is fast, but the unpleasant things are also fast in reaching the audience back to the artist. It cannot be avoided that there are collectors who pretend to be professionals, and when everything is already settled and almost done, cancels the deal the last minute. Yun, it's a kind of disappointing thing. And also, a good way to break this kind of deal is to do away with the down payment, just to break the unpleasant experience dealing with commission works or business deal. Now, for the second question, in what way did these experiences help or hinder your career in the arts? Um, we have this same question actually. How did we survive in this career? Because we love art. That's our answer. And despite the bad experiences, uh, we were able to come up dealing with a contract with our clients. This is actually a good solution. Some of us are already doing this kind of thing. This is to lessen the chance of cancellation. And then, because of all those bad experiences, we also managed to learn to grow, and we learned to negotiate, and we learned how to read people in terms of dealing with collectors or some sort of thing. Now, the third and last question: what is your preferred future in the context of business? We're actually hoping that royalty in the art will be properly acknowledged. And then also, we were hoping that there's going to be an institution who will take good care of the welfare of the artists. And we are also hoping that one day our communities would be very accommodating to artists and to our works, and that also art organizations should have a stronger bond with the local government unit and have a stronger plans in pushing them to be given to the community as a whole. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, dagang salamat, Tata. Thank you very much. I like what you've said when you've defined your preferred future hope. You're hoping, no? And that's very, very important when we craft our future. So you want to have royalty in the arts. An institution is established to address welfare of the artists, and of course, stronger bond not only with business but most importantly with local governments. Thank you very much, Leyte. Now we proceed to Negros Occidental. Mox,
Hello.
the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Our experiences in dealing with the business sector. Um, Working with the business sector, our works are always themed. Being so, it's restricting on our creativity. And although it's always a collaboration, some would have to funding for our works would have to come from our pockets sometimes. And dealing with big organizations, we also deal with red tape, and it's always a negotiation. So when you are negotiating, frustrations come in, and also coming from a sector like Orange Gallery, which is artist run. Somehow you change your perspective, because when you are the business organization, and you have an idea presented to you, when you believe in that idea, you support it. And always you have to work within the company budget. And this the local establishments here, where when we deal with them, usually most of them do not know artist rates. And also in the field of the films, there is no tariff. So there could be difficulties in dealing and negotiating with the PFs of the artists. And okay, second question. Yes, commercial practice. There was one who shared that commercial practice helped me explore myself, my art. Help me explore. Okay. And then you always fund yourself. That's one of the challenges. But you also learn a lot of things. And business background, some share that they have business backgrounds, and having so helped them a lot because they know how to address the needs of the clients, and then they know how to negotiate so that they do not feel that they are exploited. And the futures that we would like and we would like to hope for, that businesses would help the culture and the arts, and more businesses will consider art as a tool not only to gain profit but as a social responsibility. Being so, they invest in the soul of the people and or the soul of the community. We hope for business and artists to work together, and we hope that there would be art literacy in businesses, and make it a part of their CSR for businesses to give out grants in different categories that will allow artists to a free hand instead of commissioning them to initiate proposal rather than being dictated. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mox. From what I picked up from the group, you want a more empowered artist community in relation to business so that you initiate proposals. At the same time, a more supportive business environment. Okay, thank you very much. We proceed to Negros Oriental.
Hello, everyone. As for Negros Oriental, there's actually just a few of us in the breakout room. I'm actually pasting also in the chat box what we answered. For those who have slow internet connection, I'll just go right into it. For question number one, experience in dealing with business. We recognize that there's the lack of art education. The local market is unsupportive of local artists. A lot of them are saying na, libre na lang, mahala lagi. So there's really a lack in art education. Artists should also not sell cheap, because this will cheapen the entire art scene as well. Like for example, when you will sell your artwork for 10,000 pesos, a client might say, why is it 10,000 for you? This artist is selling it for 1,000 pesos. So it actually defeats the purpose, and it really creates this really negative impact on the entire art scene itself. There's also the lack of sustainability of art groups. Being ununited may also affect art in business. An example is the Bell Tower project in the music industry of Dumaguete City. They created this collective of musicians and composers, and because it was so strong, they have gotten to a point today that they are now demanding for a standard rate for all of the musicians, which is definitely, as we have seen it, is actually possible. Another thing is also the digital platform helps throughout, especially through COVID. And also there is this experience of being scammed by a client, as it has been expressed by other reporters as well, because of the lack of a contract and because of the lack of professionalizing art within the locality. Second question is, how did it help or hinder the career in the arts? So there is the realization of professionalizing art, so contracts, art managers, and art organizations that will protect the artists. And also support group of freelance artists also help in building an art business. Because especially artists who will go into business, it's important that we will also gather ourselves and share good practices to help support each other. And again, the realization of the digital platform, that it should be familiarized by all artists. There's also one artist who shared through Facebook, because she's unable to join us through the Zoom meeting, that she really had to adjust to the times. Her owning a gallery, she had to close her shop because of the rental, and then she continued in her own home, continuing doing framing and selling art materials, and even to the point of selling other things outside of art. And the last question is our preferred future in the context of business. First is strengthen partnership with the LGU for sustainability of artists. Another is local artists should support each other by elevating the level of art in such a way, like refusing cheap commissions or allowing experience or promotion as payment. And there's the emphasis that dapat dili pangayoon. And also dapat we as artists dili ihatag. Artists should not allow giving artworks for free as well, because this will not only affect us, but it will affect all the other artists as well. Again, professionalize the local art industry and then build a strong network of artists. There was this mention, art groups are very volatile, and we were laughing because much bola or bubble. It's art groups are created and then it's gone, and then another bubble and then it's gone. So hopefully there will be a strong network of artists. This network will in turn be seen by businesses as an advantage. Why? Because it will draw in audience, it will draw in clients, it will draw in customers. So for example, if you have an artist who will do a mural in your resort, maybe they will see now, okay, the friends, that network of that artist will actually visit the resort, the resort because of his or her artwork. And also, we also need to inject art education in the academe, not just in the college level, but even as early as elementary education. We should know how to partner with these institutions. And also, standardized pricing, as mentioned, and artists to familiarize the digital platform. Actually created a very simple equation.
Thank you, Juan.
Okay, sige pa.
Thank you, Negros Occidental. We've captured your preferred future statements like stronger partnerships. And this includes the local government, not just business sector. Local artists to be supportive of each other. And then professionalize the art industry. And most importantly, enhance art education. Thank you very much, Negros Oriental on. And now we proceed to Samar. We have Samar.
Good
Okay,
morning,
Ann.
everyone. Maupay nga udto. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good morning po. Good noon. Maupay nga udto kayo matanan. So I have laid out all the questions to our group, and we had a very deep conversation about it. So instead of answering the questions, the group made remarks on how they thought about the posted question, and here are their answers. So it is observed that similar struggles are apparent in the artists of the province. The trend have always been about selling the artwork to possible buyers. Young artists do commissions and side hustles to make ends meet. They participate in art competitions in the hopes of making it to the galleries and hit it big in the future. So talking about business and art is somehow a borrowed categories from the likes of Europe and America, but some said that it does not have to mimic the ecology of the metro cities. And articulating on how we do art is difficult because it is always not apparent. We should be able to verbalize the situation in different places and spaces with different audiences, as there are unspoken truths in galleries and art exhibitions. It is not always about connections and networks. It is more about nurturing friendships with people who can actually understand our art, who can appreciate our art, and therefore can help the artists. So the preferred feature of the group goes this way. The Samar says that we need to have a cooperative gallery in every part of Samar open to all artists who want to showcase their artworks. Art workshops and art sessions collaboration for the young and seasoned artists should be encouraged. We should liberate the way we practice art with our own manifestation to get the true value or worth of our artworks. And then we need to critique the framework, because valuing art is different in the provinces and in the big cities, because the paradigm of art making is not the same everywhere. Different audience, different networks, and different points of view. That's all for Samar. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Anne of Samar. So for them, again, more galleries and art spaces, art workshops, art education for the future, and very interesting, liberate the way art is practiced in their communities. Thank you very much, Samar. We now proceed. Last but not the least, I'd like to call on Friends of Viva. Friends of Viva,
Yes,
Gina.
yes. A lot of input was generated in our discussion, but I've decided to focus on two preferred futures suggestions for the artists. And these suggestions were given by Mr. Chikiamco, Mr. Valencia, Ms. Joyce To of Singapore, and Mr. Arambulo. The first preferred future is that considering that most artists are shy or most artists want to focus on their work and not have to deal with the commercial side of their practice, they must actively search for intermediaries to represent them or give them guidance. Now, these intermediaries do not necessarily have to be gallerists or art agents, because potentially these galleries or art agents will of course bring up your price by adding on their service fees, making you possibly less competitive price-wise. So what is most important actually is that you get an intermediary who is trustworthy and good in business and negotiation. These could be trusted friends, family members, or even galleries, people in the art industry who are willing to just give their advice and guidance. And in addition, these intermediaries should actively represent you to senior management of different companies. Um, for example, the heads of corporate foundations or the heads of the HR departments. Of course, if you can approach the CEO, COO, that will be even better. Now, it will be ideal if these intermediaries can present a program or similar initiative. They don't have to present portfolio after portfolio of individual artists. It will be better if they organize everything and provide a program or a initiative, something like representing a group of artists as a province or a block or a collective. That will be more efficient and maybe more interesting to these senior managers. And the second preferred future is that artists should actively develop a global market. They should actively take advantage of technological developments and try to develop a global market, much like vloggers and influencers who are earning pretty well through their social media platforms. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gina from Friends of Viva. So two keywords that came out from their preferred futures. The establishment of intermediaries who are effective and trustworthy representatives, facilitating between artists and business and other interest groups. And second is a feature of their future is a global market that takes advantage of all opportunities brought about by technology. So thank you very much. Let's give all our rapporteurs a round of applause, please. Virtual clap. Thank you, thank you. Time check, it's 12:14. So again, great job. We've got a lot of diverse images of our preferred future in relation to business and the arts. And you can see them flash on the screen right now. Those keywords are so diverse, but they are so interconnected, interrelated. We will go back to them, hang on to them rather, capture them, and from that, we come up with a narrative. We clarify. This serves as our metaphor, but they are in the form of words, keywords, and we see some repetition. And that repetition actually becomes a trend, the kind of future that we want. And so now, I'd like to go back to our resource speakers and request them to give a very quick reflection or impression on the kind of future that the group has painted. Who would like to start? May I call on Mr. Ed Valencia? would you like to give any comment or just a very quick, brief impressions on the preferred futures charted by our artists?
Okay, sure. Actually, I was glad to hear a lot of the same common themes across the different regions that have spoken, etc. Some of the key themes are even overlapping and similar: the importance of art education. And art education does not have to be the formal processes, etc. Creating an environment where there's more art spaces, including pop-ups, etc. Because there's a lot, particularly in the regions out there where there are no galleries that could provide that artist space, etc. I think some of these ideas and suggestions would probably actually work, starting with small scale structures in areas, particularly where you could actually tap into the community, working with both. I've heard a lot of people mention there needs to be strong collaboration both with the business and LGUs, because there are locations. I mean, Iloilo may be different than other cities out there, but you have a government that's pretty much very supportive of arts, etc. Trying to hold arts festival, trying to create a gallery open to artists, etc., and all of that. So it's tapping both the LGU and the business sectors and finding and engaging the individuals themselves. Like, who are these so-called influencers? Who are the so-called people who have the passion for the arts that could help develop some of these ideas, working with the artist community? How can you start engaging them or using them, as Gina mentioned, to be intermediaries? Free intermediaries to this organization, not paid intermediaries. So those are, I think, some of the critical things that we need to start looking into. I also like the idea that the regions are different. Even within the regions in the Visayas, you could argue that there are cities or areas like Negros, Occidental, and Iloilo that maybe are different and more ahead of other locations. So try to address it relative to where the landscape is currently in its stage, and what are the critical and more important suggestions that you could start actually realizing or making real and working with the right people, etc. Pricing will remain always an issue, and because we have a market that seems to have had the idea that this is now a profession where everything is really high up there, etc. We need to bring back this market to reasonable levels as well, to make sure that not only should art for artists be competitive, but they need to be affordable, not just to the powerful and to the rich.
Thank you, Mr. Valencia. May we hear from who wants to speak first? Mr. Chikiamco?
Okay. Just a summary of what I said before. First, artists and businessmen actually can engage with each other for their mutual benefit. For business, can enhance their business, add value, even as an investment. And for artists, of course, that could widen their market and also their view of the world. Secondly, of course, artists must embrace technology. In one way to benefit them was really to widen the market for their art. So not just local, but even global. Then the third point is that the present market environment is not good because of the negative effects of the pandemic. Business are just struggling to survive right now, and therefore they may not be as focused on art. But on the long term, art gives good value, and unlike technology, they are they don't get obsolete, and therefore there is really a place for art. Especially they help people to become whole. as they address the whole person, and in fact, it can be a healing instrument in this time of pandemic. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chikiamco. May we hear from Sir Raul Arambulo?
Yes, thank you. Actually, going through everything, the most what the first main issue I think of some of the artists is their inability to communicate and be able to reach out to their clients or to to their buyers. But don't be overwhelmed. This is not a unique problem among art, unique problem that only artists experience. It goes right across. Um, right across professions. And I guess, as Mr. Valencia said, it would be nice if you can get a free intermediary, which would be probably be very difficult. And I guess among collectors, if you're starting a new collection or just getting into it, it would be wise to probably um, to find that intermediary or something. But then, like doctors always get a second opinion. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. And then one of the things that was also mentioned was pricing of the artist. As far as I can remember, has been an issue since the 80s, and I've attended a couple of workshops on how to price your works. Well, first and foremost is don't compare yourself to the other artists that are definitely in more established areas. No, you work. You just have to work on your art and find, I guess, in a way, find solace in what you do. Because if once you get established and once you get there, believe me, the money won't be that difficult. It would just come. But you need to look at we need to look at ourselves and how and be able to relate your specific art. That would help push it to better areas and at least be able to, as they say, pay the bills. In the case of the COVID, it's true that all the businesses everybody's in a low now. But then, as an artist, I think this should be good for you then, because it provides you the time and probably enough acts to be able to produce better works, especially as a young artist. I guess as I read an interview that was done on Mr. Valencia once that Mr. Charlie Co once mentioned that you have a disease. And I guess Viva, as it presents now, could be the answer to this disease that probably I share with Mr. Ed here. And what Viva has done really to be able to open communications horizontally among artists and provide opportunities, most especially to the younger ones and to the ones that are still trying to break ground, as you say. Don't lose faith. Art is definitely a good investment, and as I tell some of my friends, the good thing about art is when your children inherits it, you don't have to pay taxes. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much. That concludes our plenary. Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Ed Valencia, Mr. CALIXTO CHIKIAMCO, and Mr. Raul Arambulo. Salamat, Gid. Madamo ka salamat. Thank you. I think all of you will agree with me, artists who are with us right now, that they have really indeed helped us look at our preferred future with some key issues that we need to confront today. You know, the preferred futures here are practically in keywords, key terms that need to be further defined. And as we go along the way, as we define, part of the process is to look into the current issues. And they have provided us with that right now. They have provided insights, and in fact, they have even suggested some hints on how to tackle, how to deal with them. And I think the most important thing, a word that I have captured from Mr. Raul, was to really have faith. And I think that should be faith in the future that we all desire. And because we have that faith, then we have to start moving, starting right now from where we are. So again, that concludes our discussion. Very, very interesting, insightful thread on the nexus of the arts, business, and our preferred futures. So before I call on Bohol, to host our Chikahan over lunch, of course. Please take note of the following very important information. So we go back to our original scheduling until the end of the conference, which will be every afternoon. Okay, so day 3, November 15, we start at 12:30. The dialogue will be on education, art, and education, context, creativity, and criticality. Day 4, November 18, again at 12:30 noon, log off, and we will have a conversation, dialogue on governance, the arts, legislation, and futurity. And I think this is very interesting because in our conversation this morning, the role of the LGUs have always came out in our interaction with the businesses. So perhaps we can reserve more discussions for that. And finally, on November 5, November 20, day 5, we have discussion or dialogue on the role of cultural agencies in developing the Visayan art communities. So we have we're 2 down and 3 more days to go. So again, thank you very much. You've been very great today, participating and engaging. I hope that we continue with the same energy on day 3, 4, and 5. So thank you. See you all on the 3rd day on Sunday. And now let's give it up for Bohol for our Chikahan. Bohol. Virtual clap for Bohol.
Again, maayong udto or madamong nga udto sa tanas. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Thank you, Raul.
Okay. So it's a very engaging and nice topic now because business, as we all know, it's one part of like the life of the arts and the artist. Okay? We cannot produce art if no one buys our art. Where do we get our art materials? Where do we get the money to produce our art? So it's really nice and it's really engaging to have the business sector to be part of our community. And with that, and with all the talks that we had this morning and I think until lunch, we would like to ask our delegates if what else or what more they can share too with regards to the discussion this morning. So this is our time, at least siguro kung hindi natin na share kanina, this is our time to give some feedback on what more or what else has been left out during the discussion. Sige, do I see or do I hear anyone wants to say something from each of the areas? Siguro, let's have someone from Antique first. Do we still have from Antique? Okay, pass down muna yung Antique. Let's have someone from Aklan. Okay, so Sister Rock daw, she has something to say. Sige, let's give the mic this time. No, you can. This is the time that you can unmute your mic, guys. No, for the whole duration, medyo sila lang sa minutes na nag-unmute itong mic. So this is the time that you can unmute your mic. Sige, Sir Rock, I'll give you the virtual floor to say something or add something to what has been discussed and what has been tackled this morning. Sige, sir.
I've been wanting to to your earlier report Bohol before the plenary started. Regarding the view of visiting artists or artists exhibiting outsider artists from Manila. There's that advantage. I think to make your community mature, activity involving outsider artists from other islands needed to do residency, to do talks, etc. For as long as make it in principation and collaboration among the local artists. Otherwise, if you limit yourselves to yourselves, the growth path. Second, about the lack of materials. If we only look at art materials as you will disadvantage. Yes, materials. Think when artists here in Ilo use coffee, a group used earth or mud. One uses soot to create. Somebody from Baguio uses the sun in lens magnifying glass. So the creativity of productivity shouldn't really be hampered because of the lack of the so-called traditional material. Those are the two points I'd like to input based on your earlier report. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Rock. So for those who were not able to catch up enough because Sir Rock's previous audio was choppy, he said that there should be an inclusivity within all the regions with regards to doing art, and there should be more collaboration. No, so I think that's a good point. And then in terms of materials, we should not be limited to what is being commercially sold, but we should also be creative in finding other sort of materials that we can use to do art production. So we have examples from Iloilo that somebody used cafe or suit or the or anything that is marketed, which is true, no. We should not be more limited to the art production because the scarcity of the materials, and we should be more creative in finding ways to create. Okay, is there other thoughts that you want to raise from other areas? Okay, let's have we had Iloilo earlier, so that's we go to Aklan. Anyone from Aklan?
Hello.
Hello, yes.
Okay, so I think marami na rin akong na-report kanina, but in a more lighter side, I agree with the Sir Rock na it's very important to have unity. So in Aklan, we have various groups here, but we rarely kind of communicate with each other to say that this is just one area. It's all about art, and Aklan is very naturally aesthetic. So it could inspire a lot of artists, but I guess we need more structure, we need more organization, and hopefully we are just very young, and hopefully mas uusad pa to later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Eileen, no, from Aklan. Actually, I also agree with that. Basing from what our speaker said earlier, there should be a need to do a directory of artists, not just for our purpose, but also again, you can easily provide this to any business sector or any business organization who are looking for art and artists that you want to commission. For Bohol example, we started to do a profiling of the artist, but sadly it was not. I don't know what happened to that initiative, but that could be something be done in other areas. So you could start doing profiling, or for us in our organization, we start with the Google answering the Google Sheet. Let everyone and the members of a group answer a Google Sheet, and then the Google Sheet will compile it easily for us. So that could start as a profile for the artist or a directory for the artist, which is we could do, and hopefully we could also do the same for a Visayas-wide artist profile. So that even in the international organizations or international groups, it will be easy for them to look or to see who are the available or sino yung mga artists and what are their expertise, what are their kind of work, and etc.
Yes, and
So yeah,
also one note that was that I gained insight is pricing, right? So it's how do you price yourself, and I guess the question there is what's your value. So just like with any professionals, you have to have good credentials. You have to work on your craft. You have to work on your your background. No? Not just simply you take a pencil and you start creating, and then you call yourself an artist, and then you put a price there na extravagant, 'di ba? You have to also um, know your scene, know your audience, and practice. Tama yung sinasabi nila, practice, 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 and yun, make yourself more valuable as an artist.
I think
Okay,
it's
thank you. Yeah.
yeah, thank you, Miss Eileen. And the issue of pricing, it's a medyo long discussion
Yeah,
pa
oo
ang
nga,
needed
ano
for
talaga.
that because
Mm-mm.
it always boils down how do we standardize the pricing, and it
Mm-mm.
goes to do we need to professionalize the artist, and if we do we need to have license and everything. So medyo malaking pag-uusapan at medyo maraming oras pang igugugol to that discussion. But that's a good
Anyway,
point.
chikahan lang to eh. Kulang na lang
Yeah.
eh.
Kulang na lang coffee, beer, or hot chocolate. Siguro. Okay, let's have other insights from other areas. Siguro from Bantayan. Anyone from Bantayan or probably from Cebu? Okay, we have from Negros Oriental. This is from Miss Laya Bukirin from Negros Oriental. And yeah, she had some thoughts here. She said that she is currently in the Nayong Filipino Foundation as DED, and our dream for artists is to have a better social protection and better linkages with industry and government. We can help. Oh, they can help us design a questionnaire and produce quantitative and qualitative analysis in case we want to come up with a baseline data. So I think this is a nice insight, Miss Laya, and that would be greatly appreciated, no? Siguro, yeah, I would be interested to have that one also. Yeah, anyone else wants to say something sa ato ang small chikahan with regards to the discussion of business that we have tackled this morning? Let's go to Cebu. Baka meron from Cebu. Anyone from Cebu? No one from Cebu? Asa man ang mga taga Cebu? Okay, Miss Pam of Iloilo. She raised her hand. Sige po, Miss Pam. Hello?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot to mute. It's just a preferred feature if us artists could work well with the local artisans, ang mga handcraft, ang mga craftsmen bala. But, they keep on doing the same design, the same product. Maybe if we can work with them, because they're very good at their craft, don't get me wrong. Except that sometimes, like in Baguio, it's that man in a barrel. But at least now they have other products. So I'm now based in Iloilo, but I'm originally from Manila, and I don't know like really where the craftsmen here are. Maybe if somebody in the government could link us with the craftsmen, then it could be a win-win thing. Yeah.
Yes, that's a good point, Miss Pam, no? Actually, way back ago, we start to initiate with a collaboration with DTI. This is for Bohol experience. We started to have a collaboration with DTI because we had industrial design curriculum in one of our universities. And one of the aim is to really track the craftsman, the artisans, and then insert some new ideas in terms of producing their souvenirs. Um, it could be something that we could pursue, and we also have the Design Center of the Philippines, who is also trying to uh, evolve or trying to what you call this um, do something with regards to the artisan communities. No? So I think we could start initially in our own LGUs to siguro it's just a push within the artist community to have ourselves na we can offer this consultation, we can offer this services, and then later on think of ways how we can yung circular economy no, na how we can both win-win earn from such business. Now, something that we could like strike on no just to spark an idea for everyone. Okay, anyone else who wants to share? I think we still have around 20 minutes before we officially end our day 2 of the VCon. Okay, let's go to Bohol. Someone from Bohol who wants to share something? How about from Negros? Dumaguete, perhaps? Or from Bacolod? Anyone from Bacolod? Okay, Jeffrey, from Bohol, you want to say something?
Hello. So for me, the topic for today was educational. So hopefully for us, all the inputs we could use it. And good luck to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. No, thank you for that short message. Well, I hope we stay until the next 3 days of the conference, no, because we all know that this topic from the Viva VCon is it's really helpful for us as artists, and they have been created and laid out by the organizers, which we can also be benefit to. Okay, Sir Charlie wants to speak. Sige po, Sir Charlie.
Senior citizen ako ngayon. Anyway, I'm happy that everybody's painting a blank canvas no, in your island. I'm very happy. I'm a little bit sick today. Anyway, being an artist based in Bacolod for 40 years, I never questioned myself na, Charlie ko, I'm always based in Bacolod. And because Bacolod is home for me, because the artists there are, I'm quite close to my community of artists, and I take my inspiration to them. So maybe not an advice, no, it's a story, no. For 40 years, based in Bacolod, to make a name, when I got a 1990 13 Artist Award, I make sure that from 1990 to 2000, every year I do my exhibition in Manila. And I try not to repeat. And I try to really make a name in terms of the development of my art. That's one. Of course, I was able to give from the body of work before you will be probably chosen to represent the country in some biennales. That helps a lot. For competition, I don't really win competition. I'm not, wala. Competition, wala. But again, the dedication of your work is very important. your passion should strength because life is not easy. Life is rough. Art is rough. To succeed, well, there is maybe 1.1% that are really selling like millions, but that's only 1%. 99% is nandito tayo sa 99. But never stop because in time, you'll be known. You'll be known by your dedication through your art. I think that is important. And VIVA is a platform for us to see whatever, what's the future now. Again, also, hopefully, you coordinators would be, there would be a longer collaboration with you with the coordinators. I want to stay with the coordinators right now to have maybe future plans because this is not just VIVA up to 2021. If we create a stronger bond using this platform, I think it's going to be a very important journey that we'll be going through. I know there's so much challenge, especially with the pandemic. But I've been looking at what you have been doing during pandemic. Wow, I'm inspired. No, everybody was not. It's not. No, we cannot just say Bacolod did a lot of. No, everybody, every one of you had did your part in your community in the pandemic time, and that's inspiring. I think the role of our artists now is very important. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Charlie. That was a bit inspiring for us because, especially for those who are beginners, who are still new into the industry of art, it really takes time to build your name, the same as Charlie so. So, sige lang, padayon and portugido. Dasit lang. I think we still have 10 more minutes. So anyone still wants to speak and share something? Sige. I think wala na. None so far. Going once, going twice. Para auction lang. Sige. If there's none, I think this morning session has really given us much insight when it comes to art and its in correlation with business. No, the road is not easy. It's not a cemented path that has been given to us. It's something that we should build on over time and as a community. I think it's everything, the future that we painted is very possible if we have the strong collaboration within inter-islands of the Visayas. I mean, Bohol has this what we call ija ija auhaho, but actually it's not a negative connotation. Usually it's being painted as a negative connotation. It says ija ija auhaho, it means what is yours is yours, what is mine is mine. No, it means you have to look at yourself first and know what you have so that later on you can know what you have, you can tawag dito, inventory of what you have, and then you can contribute it to a larger group. No, so actually, ija ija aho aho is not positive. It can be a positive, it can be a negative connotation, but we as Bolanos would like to have the positive connotation of that term. So again, with this, no, in the span of the next 2 years, let's do our ija ija oha oho. Like every island, inventory, survey what we have, what we can do, and then on the next 2 years, Biba na sad, we can share it to the bigger group. So with that, and I think it's very late lunch na for all of us. Thank you for staying.
Can I say something?
Thank you for Biba for
Last minute?
hosting this VCon day 2, no? And hope everyone will still be around. for the
Jum,
VCon on day 3.
Can I add something?
excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Arambulo and Jay Catienza also want to say something.
Okay, sir.
Mr.
Yes.
Arambulo.
I guess what concerned me during the comments of the preferred future was the artist's challenge of being able to price himself, and how you look at your position in perspective to the whole country, no. With the previous presentations, there are really some areas like Tacloban. I can imagine after Yolanda and what happened to them, and how everything was devastated, and how the two speakers related the the health of the economy in support to your profession as artists. Most definitely at this point, or not just at this point, actually, buying art is just like when you're eating. You buy a glass of wine or a bottle of wine that normally is not part of your budget, or part of the appreciation, but something that is learned upon. But I guess as an artist, first, don't get bothered. Don't get bothered that some artist sells more than you. It's in this world, everything will always be greater and lesser than you are. Even if, as they say, even if your life is like a wheel. Sometimes you're on top, sometimes you're below. The worst part is when you're on top, still somebody steps on the top of the wheel, and you're still under his foot. At the end of the day, commercialism or doing. There was even one of the areas, I think, that said that don't do X deals. I mean, I don't think there is really such a rule of thumb on what you should do and what you should not do. What is clear is that as an artist, you should be true to your profession and to your work. And again, this is not unique only to artists. You can be a doctor, you can be a lawyer, you can be a lousy doctor. I mean, you have the degree, but you can still be a lousy doctor. You can have the degree as a lawyer, but still be a lousy lawyer altogether. In the end, as an entrepreneur, you hire people not generally because of what they graduated from or what they've achieved, but the attitude of the individual towards what he's doing. Usually, the attitude really changes a person to makes or break a person. If you have to do, as was discussed in the family that the other day on family relationships, if you have to do commercial work, if you have to sell pieces for X, just X amount, and X to be able to support you, so please, as long as you don't lose direction, you lose focus of what you want to be within yourself. I remember Hoya in his works. The Mother and Child series was all heavily criticized because, hey, it's so commercial. He makes those mother and child left and right. But then what they didn't see was this artist, because of what his commercial work was doing, was actually supporting also a lot of other artists. And I think UP Cebu, College of Fine Arts in particular. So don't be bothered of what if people tell you, commercial. As long as you don't lose focus of what you want to be. Like, again, going back to those mother and child works of Hoya that's supposed to be commercial. Those things cost a fortune. I mean, commercial. But then in the end, as an artist, you need to look at yourselves and the craft that you do, to be able to improve yourself as an artist, as a professional. Once you lose faith and once you lose direction altogether, then everything's lost. But as long as you stay true to your profession, just work on it. Just work on it. Everything will. I remember when I started as a photographer. Holy shit! I would do IDs and passports day in and day out. But then I told my partners, but this is something I don't think I'd like to do this forever. I mean, from here on. But it's a necessary thing to do to get the steps to get you towards what you want to be. So don't get bothered with criticism saying about the commercialism or XD lang sa dits. Those things are okay. Just don't lose focus of what you want to be and who you want to be. And believe me, somehow just follow your path and you will get there. All of us. No matter how small your works may be starting in, and as Mr. Valencia said earlier, di ba, If you want to start collecting, then buy the young artists, buy the young and upcoming artists. As a collector, I've experienced that. I've purchased in the late 80s, early 90s. Most of the works that I purchased are some of them never improved. As an artist, they really the prices never really increased. But that doesn't as a collector, it doesn't bother me. It becomes part, like I remember somebody told me, "Oh, why don't you just get rid of all the lesser known artists and the ones that doesn't really appreciate?" I don't know, but it doesn't work that way. In the end, art has to be seen as a collective, representing a generation, representing a society. So whatever your work is, whether you're struggling in Tacloban or finding your market niche in Bohol, I guess in the end it's how you see yourselves and the community of artists that you're in. The only way to go is forward, and the only way to go is up. So don't pull yourselves down, man, guys. You will get there. One way or the other, you will get there. Just be true to your word and just be true to your craft and to your art. You will be seen and you'll be appreciated, believe me. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Raul. That's really inspiring and very well said, kid. No?
Bantayan daw.
Okay, still have 5 minutes.
Bantayan.
Bantayan, want to talk? Anyone? So, is there anyone who wants to say a piece before we officially end our VCon for day 2 VCon?
Sa Iloilo, si Rock Delron.
Okay, I think everyone has already said their piece, and I think some of us are trying to prepare their lunch. So, it was really inspiring.
Si Rock Delron daw.
Sir Rock, you want to say something?
Yeah.
Okay, Sir Rock.
Because in connection with Hoya, which our guest panelist emphasized, he was my mentor, and one of the things that I keep up to this day, which I like to share with everyone, is that he said, you're not selling your painting. We can learn from that, no, by the statement which I like to pass on. Second, he also taught me that I should, because Hoya also collected. No? He did not only help the province, he was the first one to actually venture to the province to help the communities there. Okay.
Overworked.
I'm back.
Kulang sa vitamins, pala. Kulang sa vitamins.
Okay. Nandiyan na? Hello?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, can you hear me? Yeah. Second, he encouraged us, you know, to also collect, because he collected artwork. So I made it a point, 30%. I also used to buy artists, especially the struggling, the young ones. So 100 artworks of other artists. And some of them are ex-deal. So don't deal. Ex-deal is a legit business, business practice. To help the community, especially the young artists. So now I'm actually concentrating on my collection and the local values or advice that Hoya parted to me. And
Rock, are you still there?
yes, and
Okay. I think that's it. Hopefully, magkita-kita gihapon ta. We'll see each other again for the next session of the VCon. And it's already 1 o'clock. See you guys and enjoy your lunch. Maayong panood to sa inyong tanan.
Thank you. Bye-bye. See you next schedule.